And we believe that in everything that we are going to do, we are going to gain, each one of us, in one way or another, as we celebrate our College Research Day, which is themed on achieving sustainable goals, sustainable goals of 2030. After COVID, the issue of COVID is one event that has marked a significant watershed in our society. It has changed a lot of things that we never thought were going to happen. A story is often told about a man who went to prison for 40 years, and when he came back, he was surprised to see people who were talking to themselves. Little did he know that we now have earphones that you can talk on your own, and headphones. So he was looking at them like, what is happening? Are people now crazy or not? For people who didn't know what happened during COVID, might not know how it has significantly changed the world, the way how the world operates. So, as scholars and academics deliberate on these issues of achieving sustainable development goals after COVID-19, I would like to thank you for contributing important and insightful papers. Without further ado, I would like to get into our program and acknowledge that some people who were supposed to be here were not, like Professor Swanga, who was supposed to be part of us, but due to reasons beyond his control, he could not attend. Having said that, I would like to welcome College Deputy Vice Professor Menagai Reddy to come and give us a welcome address. Thank you.
The Director of Proceedings, Professor Sybert Mutureko, Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, the Honourable Mr. Sihle Zikalala, Executive Director of Corporate Relations, Ms. Norma Zondo, Deans in the College of Law and Management Studies, Professor Colette Miller, Professor Mabuto Sibanda, Professor Msizi Mkhizi, Professor Stephen Matula, and Professor Warren Friedman, DPS of the College, Alia Vade, session chairs, presenters in the various sessions, colleagues from the College of Law and Management Studies, colleagues from the University of KwaZulu-Natal, students, dear ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to each one of you. I'm pleased to greet you on behalf of the College of Law and Management Studies and to welcome you to this important Research Day conference that, in my view, is more than a platform for the presentation and showcasing of the research being conducted by our staff and students. Over the past 3 years, no aspect of our lives and operations escaped the disruptions wreaked by the COVID-19 pandemic. Since 2020, we have been denied significant opportunities like today's Research Day to engage with one's colleagues, to spend time in each other's presence, chatting about serious and not so serious matters, to debate exciting intellectual and academic issues, to critique each other's research, and to eat together and build friendships. Today is important for all these reasons and more. In normal circumstances, one rarely gets to inspired by what one's colleagues in the other schools are doing. We are seldom able to get the chance for engagements that encourage us to look for ideas for interdisciplinary collaboration with colleagues from other disciplines. Events like today's are ideal platforms for these types of engagements also. Therefore, my hope is that one of the outcomes of today's Research Day will be a surge in interdisciplinary research projects across the college. The University of KwaZulu-Natal prides itself on its goal of being relevant. This objective involves providing relevant academic programs to our students and conducting research pertinent to uplift the society we live and serve. This Research Day's theme, which is Achieving the Sustainable Development Goals 2030 for higher education institutions post the COVID-19 pandemic, speaks to our goal to be influential in changing lives. Therefore, I'm pleased to welcome our keynote speaker this morning, the Honorable Mr. Sihle Zikalala, who I have no doubt will share valuable insights on what we as a higher education institution towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals 2030. Mr. Zikalala is an alumnus of our college, his most recent qualification being an MCom School of Business and Leadership, which he obtained in 2019. The Honourable Minister's ministry in government is that of Public Works and Infrastructure. His success in this portfolio depends to an extent on the education and training he received from this very college. For this, among others, we wish him every success in his work and assure him of our support as a college should the need ever arise to tap into the wealth and breadth of the relevant expertise that resides in this college. Ladies and gentlemen, the pleasure of attending conferences like this one is the opportunity to engage intellectually with fellow delegates who are excited as you are about the topics being discussed. I wish you a most enjoyable and intellectually satisfying day, and I hope that you will engage with great gusto in lively debates that challenge the status quo. I thank you for being here.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my singular honor to welcome the Minister of Public Works to come and give us a keynote address. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's be seated. I hope if I close this will not be a problem. Thank you. Once again, may I take this opportunity to extend my greetings to all of you as we gather here this morning. We wish to acknowledge Professor Reddy, the Acting Vice-Chancellor and the head of the College of Law and Studies. We also like to acknowledge Professor Mtereko, the Acting Dean of Research and convener of this Research Day. May I recognize Ms. Noma Zondo, the Executive Director of Corporate Relations Division, the Dean of the 4 schools in the College of Law and Management Sciences, Science and Management Studies. That will be Professor Mula, Professor Sibanda, Friedman, Mutula, but may I also acknowledge the presence of Professor Mkize, the Member of Parliament who's with us, Mr. Brandon Kelly, researchers, academics, and postgraduate students, we greet you this morning as we gather under the auspices of this fountain of knowledge, propelled by the theme, courageous pursuit or courageously pursuing truth, inspiring greatness, and building an inclusive, responsive African university. I still believe that UKZN as a whole stands for this. It is a special honor for us to be among members of academia during this research day, which is organized under the theme, Achieving the Sustainable Development 2030 for Higher Education Institutions Post-COVID-19 Pandemic. An invitation College of Law and Management Studies that allows us to speak on a topic that has been chosen, but which is more relevant to our own challenges that we are going through today. That therefore depict the importance of research in owning the work we are doing, but also in altering the living conditions of the people, both in our country, the continent, and the world. We warmly welcome this opportunity. Not only that, your discussion must help us realize the the 2030 global goals as set by UN, but you must also help us realize the National Development Program Vision 2030 and also build the Africa we want by 2063. You must help us accelerate regional integration as espoused in the AU's flagship program, the African Continental Free Trade Area. We are confident that you will seize the opportunity that arises from teaching and research, collaboration and exchange knowledge, which will advance South-to-South cooperation through mechanisms like the BRICS Plus and others. The wealth of knowledge and expertise found at UKZN across discipline and faculties put this university at a pole position to make meaningful contribution to achieve the 17 integrated sustainable development goals. These SDGs remains a universal call to a decisive action to eradicate poverty, protect the planet, and attain inclusive socio-economic development that leaves no one behind. These interconnected goals address the global challenge we face, including those related to poverty, inequality, climate change, peace, and justice. We are confident that the participants and scholars will pay attention to the 2023 Global Sustainable Development Report, which was released last month. Among others, the report shows that SDGs are off track, with only 2 of the 36 targets reviewed being on track, and progress on 8 is reported to be waning. The report also recognizes various crises, including COVID-19, the war in Ukraine, the rising cost of living, debt crisis, and climate change disasters that have ingenuity so that age-old African social innovation and historical cultural experiences are aligned with the present-day legal notions and techniques if the intention is to create a legitimate system of law for all South Africans, close quote. Justice Algorithmic provides some useful ways to think around the number of questions that they've examined in these studies. In one of his articles, Toward the Liberation and Revitalization of Customary Law, he argues that democracy should not be regarded as a blade instrument that claps customary law on the head. He further argues that the strength of customary law lies in its original connection with the life and culture of the people. If customary law is to be revitalized, it must accordingly link itself up to the new energies of a people in transition and be sensitive to the real contradictions of the daily lives. Recently, in his position paper that he issued, he also argued that to be a lonely voice and maybe even unpopular voice, as he warned about South Africa's minimum sentencing regime. He argued that that should not be isolated, but it should be also expressed, and therefore it doesn't mean if you argue on your own, you are wrong. There have been a number of examples and studies that shows the importance of restorative justice, especially in our neighboring countries such as Mozambique and Zimbabwe. Not to waste your time on this subject, but it is important that we also borrow on the importance of impacting knowledge to the lived experiences of our communities. In his 2019 address at the Peking University of China, the former president of Harvard University, Lawrence Baker, remind us that transformational thoughts and actions normally take root on our university campuses. In a paper titled The Pursuit of Truth and the Mission of the Universities, he argued that, as I quote, great universities stand for truth, and the pursuit of truth demand perpetual effort. Truth has to be discovered, revealed through argument and experiment, tested on the anvil of opposing explanations and ideas. This is precisely the function of a great university where scholars in every field and discipline debate and marshal evidence in KwaZulu-Natal special is not informed by accurate data can result in inefficiency in the allocation of resources, underestimation of the needs of society, poor planned program, and poor financial management, close quote. And therefore, colleagues, successful nations invest in research and development. Since the research output policy that was published in 2015 by the Minister of Education, Science and Innovation for the implementation from the 1st of January, its application has seen remarkable growth in research output. The policy defines research output as textual output understood as original, systematic investigation undertaken in order to gain knowledge and understanding. In his essay, The Role of Research at Universities, What Matters, David Roscoe of Johns Hopkins University posits that the element of the mission of a great university are teaching and learning, research and discovery, synthesis and creativity, understanding and engagement, service and outreach. Research-oriented universities foster an understanding of how separate, related, and strange phenomenon serves as the building block of our world and are positioned to address the fundamental challenges of our time. University research must help drive the steady advancement of societal knowledge through the process of discovery, innovation, and creation. As we emerge from the apartheid rule toward the 30 years of democracy, South Africa's research universities should be central to the country's drive to become a competitive and collaborative member of a global community. If research is directed at providing scientific support to the country, we can achieve faster the objective of a responsive and developmental state. In 2022, the United States National Center for Science and Engineering Statistics reported that since 1996, research output in countries with high income economies, such as United States, Germany, and the United Kingdom, have grown considerably. With regard to the upper middle income economies, such as China, Iran, Russia, and Brazil, have had a more rapid pace of growth since 1996, expanding from a relatively small base number of publications. Whilst in the sub-Saharan Africa, research dropped from 0.44% to 0.42%, with only South Africa recording the highest scientific research expenditure in Africa after increasing its share from 0.77 in 2014 to 0.83 in 2018. Be it as it may, we must celebrate that there is little investment that we are making to the development of scientific knowledge. In his famous book, Pedagogy of the Oppressed, Ferrer cautioned against education becoming an act of depositing in which students are the depositories and the teachers is the depositor. Instead of communicating, the teachers use communiques and make deposits, which students patiently receive, memorize, and respect as the God's word. U.S. medical pioneer Abraham Felsen's groundbreaking critiques of medical education in the United States of America at the turn of the 19th century challenged the status quo by then and led to revolutionize medical sphere in America. He called on the profession to avoid the situation where the teacher and student chase each other down the fascinating road of research, forgetful of those wide interests to which a hospital must minister. He helped America to reorientate its institution and nurture researchers who are conscious leaders of the country's development, each contributing to multidisciplinary, commissioned and independent research that moves beyond the university and is applied to the real problems and challenges of a country. UKZN has to be a leader in our national effort to reduce the carbon footprint and mitigation of climate change. The catastrophic floods that we've suffered in KwaZulu-Natal are a reminder of how increasingly our lives and livelihood have become vulnerable. Climate change is here, and so are threats of food security and the provision of sustainable livelihood. We are called upon to make our economies green whilst helping stimulate jobs and entrepreneurship. As places and spaces of production of knowledge, universities exist to question, discover, and generate new knowledge and appropriate solutions. And therefore, UKZN is also challenged to respond to this challenge of our time. This requires that we also avoid starting conversations in a criminalizing tone. In short, let us work with all sectors, explore all information, even that we don't like, especially the information that make us not to be comfortable. To the students and colleagues in the management sciences, we look to you to produce the skill set that will also help us to drive change in a speedily way. We are eternally grateful to many men and women of courage who have come through this institution and not only toil to fulfill their dreams, but also they've become a fountain of knowledge, activists for non-racial, non-sexist, and democratic society. So we can call on you to continue inspiring for us to address structural injustice, fight the remaining resistance of colonialism. A few days ago, we buried one of these stalwarts, the medical scholar and freedom fighter, Professor Kuvadia. From at least the 1950s onward, we know that student and progressive academia across all walks of life made this university a vibrant site for debate and for waging relentless struggles against oppressive apartheid regime. In the process, some of the best and freedom fighters emerge under challenging occasions. These include the likes of Professor David Mason and Mandla Mchunu, who took issues of law and human rights to their people through the Street Law Project. Government have tried to build courts, increase the appointments of judges, and allow all languages to be used in our courts to promote access to justice. Equality, human rights, and access to justice are an integral part of the Sustainable Development Goals. We must agree, however, that the poor still struggles to enforce their socio-economic rights and other rights as enshrined in Section 2 of our Constitution. The cost of access to courts and justice is partly made difficult by the cost of legal fees for lawyers. The poor perception of the Legal Aid Board does not help much. What is also disturbing is that our lawyers have now become participants in robbing the state and the poor of our people. They use medical negligence in health and in road accident funds to steal the money of the client and also make false, exorbitant claims against government departments. We must be united in condemning this behavior and insists that all those involved in such activities must face the full might of the law. It must be remiss of us not to deal with the issue of transformation within the legal fraternity. Although some strides have been made in the transformation of both law and legal profession, particularly in judiciary, we are still a long way to ensuring that black attorneys and professionals reap the fruit of our constitutional democracy. We still do not have big law firms in the terrain as the traditional big white law firms. Big businesses still does not give work to black law firms to enable them to grow. This has an impact on the briefing patterns for advocates. It cannot be correct that African advocates, in particular African women, still do not get enough work to enable them to flourish and acquire the necessary skills. An African student studying law is not guaranteed to have a flourishing legal career once they complete their studies. In short, the color of one's skin is still a central determining factor of a successful legal career. This is what needs to be addressed urgently. As we still witness injustices in the world, including in the Palestine-Israel conflict, allow me to leave you with the words from one of the US judges, Judge Hand, who said, as I quote, "Liberty lies in the hearts of men and women. When it dies there, no constitution, no law, no court can save it. No constitution, no law, no court can even do much to help it. The spirit of liberty is the spirit which is not too sure that it is right. The spirit of liberty is a spirit which seeks to understand the mind of the other men and women. The spirit of liberty is the spirit which weighs their interest along its own without bias." Close quote. May researchers and scholars from this university and college be moved by the spirit of liberty as described by Judge Hand. And may they have courage to speak truth, to build bridges, to forge lasting peace, so that the innocent children of Palestine and Israel can grow side by side in peace as brothers and sisters, so that Africans in Africa can live in peace and collaborate for African development. May UKZN continue to inspire greatness and to remind us that umuntu ngumuntu ngabantu. I wish to thank you for offering this opportunity to share a few words with you today, and we wish you a great research day. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, with such an insightful speech, and as well as its provocativeness to scholars who have gathered here today. You have touched on a number of things that are quite important. You looked at the derailment of the SDGs, only two being on track, the impact of the war in Palestine, in Israel, and its impact on what is happening in the world. You also provoked us to interact and engage in intellectual public debates that affect us. I wouldn't like to say everything I've said, but there are quite important things that include the decolonization of the law and bringing African epistemologies in law, which is important. You looked at the Paul Ferreiren's insights into pedagogy, which are quite important, and the ethical practice of law that you have just touched on. With that in mind, I would like to give an opportunity to delegates here and scholars to engage and reflect on this insightful and provocative speech that the minister has given us. I will ask if there are roving mics to come. Roving mics? Oh, there's one. Okay, good. I'm not sure, Minister, if you can allow colleagues to engage. Yeah. So, by way of hands, I saw you were writing questions, writing some insights. Anything that you think you'd like to engage in? There's a roving mic, so just pick up your hand so that we can come to you. Isn't it? Any hand? Any question or comment, it doesn't need to be a question, a comment or just reflection on this provocative and insightful speech. So can I check? So there's no one. Okay, with that in mind, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together once more for the Honorable Minister's speech. May I call upon our Director of Corporate Relations to hand over to the Minister.
I know this is home, but it is the safe.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. We have reached the second part of our program. We're going to have a short break. After the short break, we are going to break into 6 rooms. There will be room 1. This one will be room 1, and this one will be room 2, and room 3. And sorry, it starts from there. Okay, so the room 1, 2, 3, 4 downstairs, and we also have two rooms, 2 Zoom rooms that are on the program. So you choose which one you want to join. You want to join the Zoom room. You want to join in Zoom. We want Zoom room 1 and Zoom room 2, which are going to start soon after the tea break. We're going to break away and come back at 10. 10. What's the time now? 10:15. I think we can make it even quicker. By 10:30, we can come back and continue our program. Thank you.
Okay, so alternatively, if you do not have a USB or you do not have access to Wi-Fi to send me your presentation, you can bring your laptop if it takes HDMI. Okay, does that help? All right, thank you. right. Okay, we are going to be starting at 11. So I would like to ask those who are going to be presenting this morning to just confirm that they are here. So the first is Chanel Naidu, okay. Bridget and Tim, Bridget Clark and Tim. Anyone on Bridget's team who's going to be presenting? No one. That would be Verlaine, Ruth, and Mogi. No, okay. Right, and Shito. So Shino, just get ready, and that would be followed by Shito. And all right, so our presentations are going to start at exactly 11 o'clock, but before we do that, you might have received some sad news that we have lost a colleague, that's Miss Misiwe Ngumalo. So would like to just take a moment of silence in her remembrance. So can we do that? All right, thank you. All right, so my name is Simbarashi Tembo, and I'll be chairing this session. So our presentations are going to be 10 minutes each. So we are going to start with Ms. Chanel Naidu, whose topic is from law, algorithmic transparency of automated decision-making systems in healthcare, for healthcare in South African law. So that is the topic that we are going to hear. So I'll just give you indicators when you start, when you're left with just 2 minutes. So I'll just give you an indicator that your time is up. Let us not forget that there's also money involved in this. So it's more like a competition, right? There's winners and losers. So yeah, so if you are in it for the money, just know that we have our scorers sitting at the back. Try and make eye contact with them. You might be lucky. All right, so our scorers are there at the back, Gina and, yes, sir. Okay, so, yes, Shina, you may come forward. Thank you. That's okay, it's okay. Okay, there you go.
Okay, good morning, everybody. So the topic of my presentation today and my dissertation in general is algorithmic transparency of automated decision-making systems for healthcare in South African law. And don't worry, I will be explaining all the terms to you. If you're interested in the topic, then we have produced 2 articles on it currently. So the first is entitled AI in Healthcare Proposals for Policy Development in South Africa. You can find that on the South African Journal of Bioethics and Law. And the next is Mapping the Regulatory Landscape of AI in Healthcare in Africa, and that's in Frontiers. So the issue that we see come up again and again when attempting to regulate AI is the inscrutability of automated decision-making systems for healthcare. So essentially, we're unable to explain or understand how an AI system makes a decision or achieves a certain output. So this becomes problematic because the algorithm lacks discretion in that it's unable to independently verify the inferences upon which the outcome is in fact based. This becomes problematic as we cannot determine whether the system is optimizing for the intended goals or in fact inadvertently promoting negative consequences. And this calls into question the ethical and legal justifiability of actually relying on the output of these systems. And then more generally, it affects overall stakeholder buy-in. So to account for and address all of these issues, backstops for human review are needed. So automated decision-making systems are generally defined as autonomous self-learning systems that gather and process data to make qualitative judgments with little or no human intervention. So the automated aspect of it comes in terms of human intervention. Artificial intelligence its definition can generally be divided into two categories, namely a human-centric definition or a rationalist definition. So the PC4IR report favors a human-centric definition as it regards AI as machines that substitute for humans more increasingly in tasks. And as you can see, there's more of a focus on human ability in determining artificial intelligence. So in terms of regulation, most regulatory approaches focus on a risk-based approach. So we can see this in POPIA, the GDPR, as well as the whole of the EU Draft AI Act. However, all of these approaches have a common blind spot in that we require a legal and ethical basis to justify the demands for an explanation. So the focus of my research is on profiling algorithms. This is mainly due to the limited scope of Section 71. And further to this, I'm focusing on machine learning algorithms as expert knowledge-based systems or locked algorithms don't require as intense and continuous oversight because it's essentially just a code which can only really needs to be checked once. So from a healthcare perspective, the National Digital Health Strategy 2019 to 2024 suggests that AI be sourced for evidence-based clinical decision-making. And so we see that this requires a great degree of human involvement by both the human healthcare practitioner as well as the patient themselves. Now, this creates a problem as due to the empirical success of AI, we see a lot of cases of automation bias. So this is essentially where the practitioner or the patient defers their judgment to the automated decision-making system itself. And again, this becomes a problem as we're unable to really justify whether we can rely on these systems. So within the healthcare sector, there's three prominent issues that arise. Firstly, there's peer disagreement between the healthcare practitioner themselves and the system. Secondly, again, we need justification for actually relying on the outputs of these black box algorithms. And then thirdly, we need to maintain the professional duties to the patient. So this essentially encompasses the requirement that we get informed consent for the use of these systems in diagnosing patients. So my dissertation aims to explore the implications and relevancy of the high-level ethics, the concept of algorithmic transparency, specifically from the three targeted areas of transparency, which I will be going into in a bit. So what is algorithmic transparency? It is a branch of research within AI regulation itself, and it essentially denotes an ethically neutral increase in the visibility of information of the algorithm itself, which may either enable or impair other ethical principles. So ethical principles are impaired as a result of misinformation or disclosure of inadequate or even excessive amounts of information. Whereas we are able to enable ethical principles through algorithmic transparency via two relationships, namely dependence and regulation. So dependence, information to endorse ethical principles, and that's what I'll be dealing with in this presentation. And then the rest of my dissertation will be focusing on the regulation aspect, which will go into the statutes and consider the details on the constraint of information, as well as the information to actually be provided. I'm hoping to identify any lacunae that exist and then suggest possible solutions in order to fill the gaps. So algorithmic transparency can be achieved at three targeted levels, namely at the level of the algorithm, at the level of the individual component, and then at the level of the model. It's quite a bit of technicality, so I'm not going to go too much into it. But from a legal perspective, most of the content and literature on the topic comes from the right to an explanation, that current discourse that's going on around the GDPR. So the GDPR, as well as POPIA, is essentially an omnibus legislation. So they don't provide for transparency at the level of the algorithm. So, and this is very important because some sectors might necessitate secrecy while others may not. In the healthcare sector, it's vital that we trust the results of the system, and it's also necessary that we're able to determine the results and whether they are correct in order to ensure open scientific research that can be shared and progressed, not only within the medical field, but also from a technical perspective as well. Okay, in terms of ethics, so this presentation looks at the ethical standpoints, the legal standpoint, and the technical standpoint of algorithmic transparency. From an ethical standpoint, transparency is the most widely cited ethical principle within the multitude of ethical documents produced by public, private, and non-governmental organizations. For purposes of this presentation, I'll only be considering two of these documents, namely the World Health Organization ethics document and the 2018 outcome statement on the Forum of Artificial Intelligence. That's a UNESCO document. So the World Health Organization considers transparency to be sufficient information to ensure or to facilitate meaningful public consultation in terms of these systems. And then explainability is tailored information according to an individual's specific capacity to understand that information and how the system operates. So all of these approaches are a means of understanding AI, which the World Health Organization considers AI intelligibility. So what's really interesting is that all of these documents focus on transparency as an ethical principle, but the only ethical document that for AI that is currently produced on the continent is the 2018 UNESCO outcome statement. And they don't directly reference transparency. Instead, they reference openness. So they suggest that we promote a rights-based, open, accessible AI through a multi-stakeholder approach. So I'm sure you guys must and the 2019 EU parliamentary document. Okay, so transparency as a pro-ethical condition. So some individuals consider transparency's prevalence in ethics documents a result of its nature as a pro-ethical condition, and this is also supported by the PC4IR report. This is because they suggest that AI should be designed and used in a transparent and ethical manner. So we see that transparency is equated to ethical principles, in general. Okay, so transparency is not an in itself. Sorry, it's not it's a means to an end and not an end in and of itself. Okay, so transparency is only relevant as it relates to the opacity of a specific automated decision-making system. So Burrell puts together quite a nice framework for opacity. She considers three types of opacity, namely intentional opacity, which can be correlated with transparency at the level of the algorithm, illiterate opacity, which can be correlated with transparency at the level of the individual component, and then intrinsic opacity, which can be correlated with transparency at the level of the model. So intentional opacity is essentially a means of self-protection by programmers and organizations that create AI, and it's essentially aimed at maintaining trade secrets and competitive advantage. Now, importantly, human values and bias can be programmed into the AI system, or it can arise as a result of the data mining process itself. Citron and Pascal says that in order to know where this bias is coming from, for certain, we need access to the code. And this is quite in line with Burrell's posited solution, as she suggests that we require either open source or algorithmic auditing to mitigate this type of opacity. So the question that then arises is, to what extent should the public be able to access the source code of these algorithms? So currently, most authors concur that there's no viable rationale for secrecy. However, access to the code code is highly limited in both the EU and US, and this is kind of in contrast to Africa, which again promotes a more open and accessible AI. It also might be in contrast to, sorry, give me one moment. So this is also in line with the World Health Organization, which suggests the disclosure of necessary information to enable public consultation. However, whether the source code will be accessible to the public is highly dependent on the legislative and policy landscape of each jurisdiction. So then we're moving on to illiterate opacity. So this type of opacity essentially arises as a result of the lack of specialized skill in interrogating the algorithm itself. Burrell's solution is to increase educational efforts in order to place society in a better position to directly evaluate and critique automated decision-making systems. So this is in contrast with the World Health Organization policy, which suggests that interpretability is tailored, or explainability is tailored information to the capacity of an individual's understanding. So there's kind of like a difference in the burden of proof, who should be more educated in that regard. So a lot of the literature suggests that where we are unable to explain, or where a healthcare practitioner is unable to explain the reasons and rationale for the output of a specific automated, okay, thank you so much. I unfortunately ran out of time, but I can just, this is the second last slide, illiterate opacity, and then next is intrinsic opacity. So if you're interested, then you're more than welcome to email me. My email address is shanielnaidu@gmail.com, and I can explain it for you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Should we have time towards the end, we might also have a question and answer session. So if you have any questions for Shaniel, just jot them down. All right, our next presenter is going to be Sheetal. Right, so Sheetal's topic is titled Counting Your Eggs Before They Hatch, the Emergency of Artificial Wombs and Ethical Legal Considerations in South Africa. You may come.
All right, good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Sheetal Soni from the School of Law in Pietermaritzburg, and I am going to be chatting about my paper, which is titled Counting Your Eggs Before They Hatch, the Emergence of Artificial Wombs and Ethical Legal Considerations in South Africa. Although I might, in the context of the current egg crisis, rethink that title. But to sort of put my topic into perspective, I just want to introduce a couple of statistics to sort of give you an understanding where the background for this research comes from. We're looking at preterm birth complications, babies being born earlier than they are expected to, preterm birth complications being the leading cause of death in children under the age of 5, and annually they account for approximately 900 deaths of children. There were approximately 152 million babies that were born preterm over the last decade. In 2020 alone, an estimated 13.4 million babies were born preterm, preterm being below 37 weeks of gestation or pregnancy. And if we had to sort of reduce the statistic into a more understandable context, that is equivalent to about 1 in 10 babies that are born worldwide being born preterm. And if we had to think about that number, 1 in 10, in the context of the number of people sitting in this room, you'll understand that preterm birth is really a significant risk in the context of reproductive health. With the preterm babies that are born, these 1 in 10 babies, most of them will not survive the first 28 days of life. In fact, most of them will not survive the first week due to the underdevelopment of their body and body systems. Prematurity in itself is graded in terms of how long a fetus, an unborn baby called a fetus in the womb, it's graded according to how long this fetus has been gestating in the womb at the time that it's born. We have extreme prematurity, which is classified as anything under 28 weeks of pregnancy, very premature, which would be a baby born between 28 and 32 weeks of pregnancy, and moderate to late prematurity, which occurs between 32 to 37 weeks of pregnancy. Naturally, following from those numbers, the longer time period that a fetus has in gestation in a womb, the greater its chance of survival. So as we go towards the bottom of that diagram, the babies born there do have a significantly higher chance of surviving. But what the focus of my research has been is really that category number 1, the very preterm children. And we really must understand that there's very limited healthcare resources that can be used to assist such underdeveloped babies, but there has emerged, and there is emerging, an alternative way to improve health outcomes for these children, and that is called the artificial womb. And it sounds very science fiction, but I assure you we are very, very close to seeing this in reality. And basically what an artificial womb is, it's a mechanical device that is designed to simulate the womb environment, the idea being that if a premature baby is delivered by emergency cesarean section, or the mother prematurely goes into labor, this very underdeveloped baby can be placed in this device to continue the gestation process until it is developed to survive in the outside environment. It's not a new concept at all. We all are familiar with the incubators that we see babies sometimes being placed in hospitals, and these are in fact a type of artificial womb, and there are also similar types of machinery we see in neonatal ICU units. The difference being that this type of device is actually quite advanced in terms of technology, and it includes components like artificial amniotic fluid and artificial placenta because it's designed to work the way a female uterus would. So the target occupant of this device would be a very, very underdeveloped fetus between around 23 to 24 weeks of gestation or below, which is accepted generally as the cusp of viability. Viability being the word that we use to describe the time of development or stage of development at which a fetus could potentially survive in the outside environment. And this whole sort of environment of placing a fetus in an artificial womb, it's been termed ectogenesis, which again is a very sort of science fiction sort of loaded term, but basically on the premise that it's a gestation that's continuing outside a human body. So like I said a few minutes ago, we are actually really close to this sort of intervention medically. In 2023, last month in fact, the US FDA held a special pediatric advisory meeting on clinical trials for artificial wombs. And they invited a number of stakeholders, including pediatric around the world. Meet Eve, called Eve because it's the acronym for ex vivo uterine environment, the artificial womb. And you'll see it's a very sort of simplistic bag-like device, and it's got an inlet for artificial amniotic fluid, an outlet for the same fluid to leave with waste products. It's got an inlet for infusions to feed the occupant of the artificial womb, and an artificial placenta apparatus that would attach to our fetus's umbilical cord. And as you see in the center of that diagram, there's a little lamb, because the prototype was developed and tested on sheep fetuses, and they have successfully gestated little lambs in these artificial wombs. And the children's hospitals, the Philadelphia Children's Hospital especially, is keen to initiate clinical trials within the next 5 years. So in the context of humans, this is really what the device will sort of look like. But there's, like I said, there's a number of different teams, and they all have a very slightly different approach to what they want this device to look at. But to look at what my questions are in the context of this type of innovation, artificial wombs, even though they're just a step beyond these incubators that we place underdeveloped or premature children in, they pose a number of questions in law that may be quite difficult to answer if we consider the existing legal framework, one of which is the legal status of a fetus, a baby that is still in the uterus. And in South Africa, that question was quite definitively answered in the Christian Lawyers versus Minister of Health case, which was decided in the context of the Choice on Termination of Pregnancy Act. But in that case, the court held that a fetus does not have any legal rights. It has no legal rights against the rights of its mother that may be pregnant with it. And so our understanding of the legal status is quite defined in law. The difficulty is that we might want to reconsider the legal status, because questions surrounding whether this actually would be a fetus by definition once placed in an artificial womb. So it also impacts on this idea of viability, because if we can now place very premature babies in this device, it means that we could create a lower threshold for viability. And the difficulty is that a lot of our law is hinged on our current understanding of viability. The Birth and Death Registration Act talking about a child only being entitled to a death certificate if it has completed 26 weeks of gestation in a womb. The Choice on Termination of Pregnancy Act being framed around gestational periods as well. So these are lots of different legal questions to consider. Legal personhood is also a very interesting aspect of this technology. Legal subjectivity, or the time at which you acquire your legal rights, it begins at birth. Prior to this, a fetus has no rights and is regarded as parts of its mother. But now we can ask the question, what does birth mean? Our current legislation talks about birth being birth of a human being, so it doesn't really tell us what birth itself is. Is birth being separated from the body of a female, or would it now mean also being removed from an artificial mechanical device? Another question is, what would we call that fetus once it's been placed in an artificial womb? Is it a fetus? Is it a neonate, as we call very young babies who are just born? And our understanding is that it's actually neither. A fetus is a word that we use to describe an unborn child in utero, and a neonate is outside, in the outside environment. In the artificial womb, it's actually not in either of those places. And then the final question was issues around access to technology, and whether this step up in healthcare innovation would exacerbate the existing health gap that exists in not only in South Africa but other parts of the world, taking into account that we have a very big divide between private and public healthcare systems and limited available resources. There's also ethical considerations like the implications on society and how this would affect gender roles, the role of a male and a female partner, so to speak, for instance, in a heteronormative sense, but also the meaning of the simple word mother would also come into consideration. whether few people would have access to technology and how comfortable we actually might be with that, and whether this technology would result in a mechanization of reproduction, which is quite far removed from what we have, so far. And finally, my findings, when I was conducting this research are the following. The first being that artificial wombs can transform reproductive labor and reduce reproductive risks, not only reproductive risks in the context of babies being allowing to develop for longer, but also perhaps allow male and female partners to share the reproductive burden. If it is made widely available and people actually have access, it could lead to a more equal and prosperous society. It will impact our understanding of fetal viability and therefore our understanding or how we approach debates around abortion or termination of pregnancy. Our choice on Termination of Pregnancy Act, one of the questions was, would this act apply? And the answer actually we found was no. The act doesn't apply because the Choice Act specifically states that it applies in the context of a pregnancy in a female body or in a human body. And finally, questions relating to consent. If a fetus has been placed in an artificial womb, who can consent if that fetus needs interventions? It's no longer in a female body, and she may not have all of the say that that Choice Act actually provides her on that basis. And in conclusion, and to sort of indicate why I use that egg analogy at the beginning, I've got a quote from Henri Atlan, who's a French biophysicist and philosopher who very long ago said, after the contraceptive pill, artificial insemination, and in vitro fertilization, the next step will be ectogenesis, and that is to say the artificial uterus. And the reason why I use this egg analogy when I was thinking of the topic for my paper is that the idea is that the law must be proactive when it comes to technology and innovation and not reactive. And because clinical trials are now in sight on the horizon, we actually need to consider those ethical and legal issues in order to know how we'll approach that first birth. Thank you very much, everyone.
All right, our next speaker is Tasnim Hassim. All right, I think we are absorbing quite a lot within a short space of time, so make use of that water in front of you to refresh your minds.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank everyone for being present for this presentation. It's truly an honor and privilege to be presenting before such strong academics. My topic today deals with COVID-19 and the criminalization thereof. My title being, this is also my master's dissertation that I'm going to be taking forward through this semester and next semester at the School of Law in Pietermaritzburg. My title being Once Upon a Time When Being Sick Was a Crime. So this thesis deals with an exploration of the constitutionality of the criminalization of behaviors related to COVID-19 in South Africa. So there were various rationales that have been put forward for both the use and avoidance of the criminal law in attempting to punish behavior that potentially places others at risk for infections with a communicable disease. So that brings us to a very important point and understanding of what exactly is a communicable disease. Communicable diseases are illnesses that are spread directly or indirectly through contact with an infectious source. COVID-19 is one of these communicable diseases which created a huge global pandemic during the year 2020. COVID-19 is a type of coronavirus which causes respiratory illnesses in humans with potentially fatal effects. A preliminary literature review shows several academics that have written on the scope and implications of the suitability of the criminal law with a more focused look on public health sphere when dealing with these communicable diseases of pandemic proportion. So my literature review focuses mainly on South Africa and other jurisdictions who have been grappling with the same problem. So, despite it being a controversial issue, the criminal law has been used as a means to curb the spread of these diseases. Many academic voices critique engaging the criminal law for this purpose, having examined the veracity of the rationale in relation to communicable diseases like HIV and TB, for example. So the purpose of the criminal law, therefore, is to provide society with certain rules and regulations regarding lawful and unlawful behavior. It outlines what forms of conduct are serious enough to be characterized as criminal, which then brings us to those who transgress can be punished by the state. Within this construct of state defining acceptable norms of behavior, there are many complexities surrounding this, such as what sort of behaviors should be regarded as unlawful. Against this background, as I've mentioned before, there are several objectives of criminalization conduct, largely stemming from the state's duty to protect its rights bearers from uninvited harms. The acclaimed 17th century philosopher Locke described the acceptance of such rules as being because of social contract entered into by community members within the state that would absolve them of having to resolve disputes individually. This contract also creates duties for rights bearers who, in exchange for its protection, must give up certain freedoms of benefits from the state-provided protections. These protections extend beyond the rights of individual rights bearers and considers the need of society in a more overarching way. In this context of public health protections, history showed reliance on the criminal law as a means to do so in certain limited situations. However, academics continue to ask, in the context of public health, is criminal law the best medicine? In an opinion piece by J.M. Mann, the conflict between state obligations was examined with the view of determining whether the balance could be achieved, or whether it must be one or the other solution. Mann's work focused on HIV and critiqued reliance on the criminal law as a standalone solution to curb the spread thereof. He concluded by bridging the gap between public health and safety as one state objective and the other objective being safeguarding against human rights abuses, who could also through interventions and a multi-layered approach result in minimal, if any, reliance on the criminal law. Similar observations and conclusions were made by several other academics from varied backgrounds and jurisdictions, which saw proposals of the creation of HIV-specific offenses being rejected by the South African government. However, the COVID-19 outbreak saw the criminalization of the spread of communicable diseases. And as Professor Salim Abdul Karim observes, questions seemingly answered in previous health-related matters have now re-emerged. So given the containment of COVID-19 epidemic through a large-scale public health vaccinations and other measures that have been put forward, it appears timely to reflect on the role of the criminal law as one of the measures that have been used to protect uninfected persons. This is particularly significant for mainly two reasons. The exposure to COVID-19 was criminalized through regulations rather than legislation, thus raising issues of constructual validity and whether it is appropriate to create new crimes this way. And there is a possibility of future pandemic of communicable diseases, and guidance is needed at the intersection of public health and the criminal law. The focus of my research, therefore, clearly aligns with the Sustainable Development Goal number 3, which is good health and well-being, as it considers the role of the criminal law in the context of pandemic, which has an implication on our global health altogether. So in terms of my findings and in conclusion, despite acceptance of the rationale for not criminalizing conduct related to communicable diseases like HIV and TB, the COVID-19 outbreak saw the South African government criminalize COVID-19 related behaviors. And some key observations that have been made was why the state did this, whether it was appropriate, and whether doing so through regulations rather than legislation is constitutional. It is envisaged that these questions will be answered in subsequent papers by this author. Thank you so much.
Okay, that was a well-timed presentation. I hope you all aspire to be Tasnim, right? Our next speaker is going to be Simone Gray, whose topic is what to expect when expecting, considering a supervisory constitutional remedy to address obstetric violence in public health care. Thank you.
Come on, smile. This is the most important day of your life. The midwife was upbeat, but the first-time mother was shaken. She had just undergone a cesarean section. She believes the obstetrician had made the surgery more lightly by inserting hormones into her vagina during a checkup without explanation. Two nurses performed the dangerous Christella maneuver, pushing down on her belly. She fainted. Another slapped her face to keep her awake. They tied her arm to the bed. None of it felt right. But, she says, I thought the doctor's like your boss. You do what he tells you. This is a real-life account of a birthing woman's experience. These sorts of things happen regularly in hospitals around the world. And with South Africa's failing healthcare system, we often tend to think that this would be something that only happens here. But in fact, the scenario that I've just presented was taken from Argentina, the origin of the term obstetric violence. Research conducted in South Africa shows that this kind of treatment of birthing people is also synonymous with our healthcare system. So the paper that I'll discuss today forms the first of a series of papers which look at a litigation strategy to force systemic change, where the order granted is more far-reaching than the doctrine of separation of powers usually allows. Supervisory constitutional remedies are, of course, the result. The collective body of work explores the use and development of focus-based supervisory constitutional remedies and considers the suitability of a supervisory constitutional remedy in a case on obstetric violence. So what is obstetric violence? Well, obstetric violence refers to any form of violence against a pregnant or birthing person, and it often occurs during the birthing process. It's important to locate obstetric violence within the broader context in which it is situated. So firstly, it's a form of sexual and gender-based violence, given that it's sex-specific. And secondly, research indicates that women that are more susceptible to this kind of violence usually have intersecting vulnerabilities, such as socioeconomic status, race, and HIV status. Obstetric violence can refer to various kinds of conduct, such as verbal abuse, so things like shouting, humiliation of patients, scolding patients, and so forth. It also includes performing procedures without a pregnant or birthing woman's consent. So, for instance, forced sterilizations, inserting an intrauterine device directly after delivery, that kind of thing. Forms of physical abuse that occur in obstetrics include things like slapping, forcing a woman to clean up the delivery room directly after she's given birth. Believe it or not, that actually does happen. And then also denying women pain medication while they are in labor. This is, of course, contrary to Sustainable Development Goal 3, good health and well-being. So the umbrella term that we use, which is obviously obstetric violence, covers, as I've shown, a wide range of behaviors. But what is clear is that it does violate various rights in our Constitution. So the right to healthcare, including reproductive healthcare, the right to bodily integrity, privacy, dignity, and in some cases also life. Research has established that there's actually a link between maternal mortality rates and obstetric violence, noting that 60% of maternal deaths in South Africa are potentially preventable and are often the result of neglect, which is obviously a form of obstetric violence. So why does obstetric violence occur, and why do we see this as a worldwide problem, not just something in South Africa? Well, there's many reasons that it occurs. Research conducted in South Africa suggests that nurses in healthcare facilities believe that conduct is actually necessary to achieve the best health outcomes. So these kind of abusive practices are actually taught as being norms of practice in order to achieve these health outcomes. Healthcare paternalism, which occurs when the provider exerts decision-making power over the patient, also contributes to the occurrence of obstetric violence. Then we also have certain legislative and policy environments that sometimes don't adequately protect vulnerable groups, and gaps in the implementation of legislation may also result in harm to patients, particularly where discrimination and stigma of healthcare providers is allowed to flourish, and that kind of pervades their practice. Seeing obstetric violence within this wider scope of sex and gender-based violence also helps us to understand that things like patriarchal attitudes also impact on patients and perpetrate this kind of obstetric violence landscape where women are not allowed to make decisions around their reproduction. And obviously this also amplifies the intersectional discrimination that women already face in society. It's also suggested that things like dealing with obstetric violence. In Latin America, we've seen significant legislative intervention aimed at dealing with obstetric violence, but what the legislation does there is that it criminalizes obstetric violence and puts in place penal sanctions for perpetrators. Although there is literature on these legal developments in Latin American countries, we don't see a lot of litigation happening on that legislation. So there's various reasons why this is suggested, but some authors say that one of the problems is that the legislation doesn't actually deal with the structural violence that we see with obstetric violence, and it instead is just dealing with the individual perpetrators of it. So this is why I am proposing that we use litigation to bring about structural change in the healthcare sector and use it as a means to change this kind of structural violence that we see. All right, so how do we look at ways to bring about systemic change through litigation? Well, the main way we can do this is through supervisory constitutional remedies. So supervisory constitutional remedies we use where there's systemic failures on the part of government to fulfill their constitutional mandates, and particularly we see this happening in socioeconomic rights cases where there's a failure on the part of government. Failures by government have forced courts to engage more invasive remedies, and in many cases they've pushed the boundaries of what we traditionally know to be the separation of powers doctrine, which provides that the judiciary is not permitted to encroach on the functions and decision-making of the executive. The most common supervisory remedy that we've seen in South Africa is the structural interdict. This was first used in the case of August, where the court ordered that the Electoral Commission had to report back to the court on how it was going to provide prisoners with the ability to register as voters. So essentially, this kind of remedy is saying the government needs to go back, they need to develop a plan, and then they need to come back to court and report how they are implementing their plan, how they are ensuring that rights are upheld. Following this case of August, we saw various other types of supervisory remedies in our jurisprudence, and with increasing frequency. So we've seen some kinds of independent oversight over compliance. For instance, in the Black Sash Trust case, we saw a panel of experts being established with the Auditor General to monitor progress of SASSA. We also saw in the Mdzonzo case, which dealt with school furniture, the appointment of an auditor, as well as in the case of Linkside, where a claims administrator was appointed as an agent of the court to deal with the payment of teachers in the Eastern Cape. But the most invasive supervisory constitutional remedy that we've seen so far is the appointment of a special master to deal with the processing and adjudication of labor tenant claims in the Mwalasi case. This was a remedy that originated from the US, with the most common example being the administrator for victims of 9/11. And this case of Mwalasi has been criticized by some authors on the basis that it goes too far in going over the boundaries of separation of powers. So I have been told my time's up. If I can just have one more slide to go through. So essentially what I'm proposing here is that we map out a litigation strategy for obstetric violence. We consider using a supervisory constitutional remedy. Some cases may go over the bounds of the doctrine of separation of powers, but I argue that the doctrine is not absolute, and in some cases, it may be necessary to have a supervisory constitutional remedy to uphold rights. Thank you.
All right, our next speaker is Kulekani Zondi. Do you want to use your laptop? I'd already opened it here. Slideshow? Yes, please. Thank you.
Well, greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Would it still appear here?
Oh, it's...
Time's up.
Okay, there you go.
So my topic is actually the constitutional scrutiny of succession customs in African chieftainship battles. In essence, I'm presenting a case for children born out of wedlock. Now, why is this important? It's because in terms of our African customary law, it is accepted notion that in order to succeed, it has to be the eldest son born out of a principal wife. So there, it presupposes that the traditional leader would be married, and he would actually have children with his wife, who would be regarded as the principal wife. But to a certain extent, it undermines the social standing that we're currently experiencing, whereby we're seeing that there are children that are born out of wedlock. Now, to a certain extent, to exclude them from rights that other children are entitled to is my main question of saying that, is that constitutionally justifiable? So we've come to an era whereby there is no distinction per se about children. There are those children that are born in wedlock and there are those that are born out of wedlock. But the law has actually evolved to an extent that it doesn't distinguish between those children whenever affording benefits. So it is only in this segment of customary law that we're seeing resistance in making a decision children, or is it time to actually allow them to be able to take their rightful positions? Now, earlier on, our minister was giving us a keynote address, made reference to Section 2. I kept on wondering which Section 2, because the Section 2 that we are accustomed to in our Constitution proclaims the supremacy of the Constitution. So there is the conflict or a contest between customary law and our Constitution. That contest arises in that the Constitution proclaims equality for all. In equality, it proclaims that even if you are born out of wedlock, later on I will show that one of the grounds that are listed in the Constitution is a ground based on birth. So even if you are born out of wedlock, you should still be enjoying the protections that are found in the Constitution. So to a certain extent, I've always shared the perception that in essence, customary law was right in this resistance, in that it cemented itself as a system of law, and it had certain provisions that are found in terms of custom that ought to be respected by the Constitution. So it took me about 18 months to actually change my perception, to accept that perhaps the Constitution, being the supreme law of the land, is justifiable in making these inroads to customary law. So whenever we're looking at customary law, we must look at it in terms of lenses that are found on the custom itself that gives rise to customary law. We must not use external lenses to determine the validity of customary law. So the most appropriate instrument to scrutinize the customary law is, of course, the Constitution. So we must use the Constitution to determine validity of certain customs that give rise to this customary law, which becomes a fully fledged legal system. Unfortunately, customary law is a huge body it's a huge volume of work in its own, in that any amendment by courts or any pronunciations on customary law by courts does not automatically amend or change the position of all customary prescripts. It only changes whatever that was before the court. So it calls us to question every custom that is being applicable in South Africa and testing it individually against the Constitution in order to determine whether it actually satisfies the test of validity. So to a certain extent, if we were to use external methods other than the Constitution to look at the validity of customary law, for those that indulge in alcoholic beverages will know that Absolute is a very special blend of water that people enjoy. But if you were to take it and make decisions, you would, to a certain extent, be diluted. So I use that picture to show that, to a certain extent, customary law has been diluted by external features, and one of those is the Western influence to a certain extent. So whenever we're interpreting customary law, it is my view that we must always employ a contextual approach. In essence, ask ourselves, what is the context to which this particular custom is to be applicable in, considering the likes of poverty, injustice, and equality. We must note that customary law applies alongside, affects the lives of the people, so therefore we need to be flexible to understand that people have different demands at different instances. So therefore, we must consider the role of customary law, but in light of legal certainty and constitutional rights found in our Constitution. So there must be a strong balance between the constitutional rights and the provisions or the interpretation of customary law. Now, with that background, where this paper or this research actually emanates from, it started when I registered for the PhD in 2019. At that particular time, I was called and involved in a dispute that was taking place as Zwelichak in the northern part of KZN. So what was the problem there was that a chief had actually passed on, having passed on without children. It meant without children from his from marriage. So he had children out of wedlock. He did not have children in authority earlier on. That in essence, our constitution does not allow any kind of discrimination. That is, including the grounds of birth or based on custom. That was confirmed in the case of Zondi versus the President. An earlier decision that confirmed in essence that some perceptions that we have about customary law being an independent system, it is an independent system subject to the Constitution. Its independence is guaranteed by the Constitution, but it is subject to the Constitution. So the supremacy of the Constitution is always highlighted. So there, the prevention of children from being able to inherit from their father by virtue of the fact that they were born out of wedlock was actually frowned upon by the court in the Zondi versus President at that particular time. And that ethos was carried on in the Bear versus Kailicha case, where we saw that the court confirmed that the rules of customary law depend on their consistency with the Constitution. So it reiterated the fact that we can't have a legal system that is beyond our Constitution. It is the Constitution, thereafter other legal systems. So looking at international law, we've seen that there are various conventions that have proclaimed in terms of children's status and have of the view that all children are equal. Whether they are born out of wedlock or born in wedlock, they should enjoy same treatment and same benefit. So to a certain extent, as I've highlighted, is that in essence, our Constitution is supreme. It should not allow for customary law to actually step over certain rights that are found in our Constitution. So therefore, we will expect that customary law, in order to pass the test of validity, it must satisfy us that it does not infringe on certain rights that are found in the Constitution. The one right that I've identified is Section 9 of the Constitution that prohibits unfair discrimination. And in subsection 5, it says, if the discrimination is based on a listed ground, as we're seeing that there are various grounds that are listed which discrimination is prohibited upon. So one of those grounds is birth. So therefore, there is a presumption that the discrimination ought to be unfair, and therefore it is the customary prescripts that must show that the justification is fair. Notably, when we're looking at the history or trying to cultivate the rationale for the exclusion of children born out of a wedlock, it was actually found that it wasn't purely customary or legal in its origin, but mainly it had a religious aspect to preserve the institution of marriage from a moral fiber at that particular time. It was then influencing how we actually looked at children born in African settings. So in essence, the source or the origin of a distinction between children born out of wedlock and in wedlock is actually a religious concern rather than a legal or a customary concern. So therefore, we cannot be able to be anti-Shaka Zulu. By that, I simply mean that in conclusion, we would have not had Ushaka Zulu had we been strict in interpreting this custom to say that we will not allow children born out of wedlock. So therefore, Shaka Zulu is a very interesting example in our history to show that in essence that the custom ought to be changed in light of the context that we're actually dealing with at that particular time. So therefore, it is my view that in essence, whilst children born out of wedlock are actually suffering, Section 9 of the Constitution ensures their protection, and it is a right that they should actually rely upon in order to fight for the chieftainship battles that are actually going on. So my view in ending is that this questions the role of the Royal Council, which is vested with the authority to determine who is the rightful candidate using the birthright criterion, where they consider the eldest son born from a principal wife. But we've seen from the Shilubane decision that they do have the power to develop customary law. So this is a challenge to every Royal Council to consider the provisions of Section 9 in developing customary law. So it requires a collective effort from all of us, from government, from all traditional leaders, and from us as citizens who subscribe to customary law. So in conclusion, I could say that we do need to actually scrutinize these customs found in customary law, but in order to develop them, we must allow for judicial testing of each and every custom in isolation so that we can be sure that it is actually acceptable in our constitution.
Should be the side. Okay. This, okay. Thanks. So I'm just going to remove this so that you can open your file here. Okay. This one. Okay.
Ja, för enemy.
All right. All right, so our time is just 3 minutes past 12. What that means is we have 57 minutes to lunch. So lunch is at 1.
No pressure. Right, good afternoon, colleagues. So my paper is really a case note, and I've divided it into 3 parts. First, I'm going to give a bit of a background, then I'm going to discuss the facts and the judgments of the case I'm interested in, and then I'll make 1 or 2 very brief remarks so that we can get to lunch on time. So, if you cast your minds back to when you studied property law, I'm sure you can all remember that a nuisance may be defined as conduct by a landowner that unreasonably interferes with a neighboring landowner's right to use and enjoy their property in comfort and convenience. We commonly refer to that as an annoyance. And the interfering conduct can take many different forms, but amongst the more common are loud noises, foul odors, and excessive smoke. It's important to note, however, that not every interference will give rise to an actionable nuisance, no matter how unreasonable it is. So amongst those that don't give rise to an actionable nuisance would be an interference with a view across a neighbor's property, or the flow of natural light to a neighbor's property, or the flow of air to a neighbor's property. And these sorts of interferences don't give rise to an actionable nuisance because the interests that they adversely affect, so the view or the light or the air, are not regarded as a part of the right of ownership. They're not an inherent entitlement of ownership, but simply an incidental advantage. So a distinction is drawn in our law of nuisance between inherent entitlements that the law gives to owners on the one hand, and incidental advantages that the land simply confers upon a particular owner on the other hand. And while an interference with an inherent entitlement does give rise to an actionable nuisance, provided it's unreasonable, an interference with an incidental advantage will not give rise to a nuisance no matter how unreasonable it is. And the reason to classify a view or the flow of light or the flow of air as incidental advantages and therefore not nuisances rather than as inherent entitlements is based on a number of policy grounds. But perhaps the most important is that if we did that, if we classified them as part of the right of ownership, they would unduly inhibit the development of towns and cities. So every time a neighbor developed his or her land that cut off a view or that interfered with light or that interfered with air, that would be considered a nuisance, and as you can imagine, it would severely restrict the development of land. Now, apart from those 3 examples of view, natural light, and air, it's also been suggested that there's another category of conduct by a landowner that doesn't, or cannot, in fact, in principle, give rise to an action in nuisance, and that is the construction of a building that overlooks neighboring land and therefore infringes the privacy of the neighbor. So the purpose of my paper is to consider that suggestion in light of a recent judgment, not of a South African court, but of the United Kingdom Supreme Court in a case called Fern versus the Board of Trustees of the Tate Gallery. And that's an appropriate case for us to look at because South African law of nuisance traces its origin back to English common law. And this is currently the leading judgment on this issue, whether overlooking and the infringement of privacy can in principle give rise to a nuisance. In this case, the UK Supreme Court came to the conclusion that overlooking, at least in the form of intrusive viewing, can indeed give rise to an action in nuisance, and consequently that what we call spatial privacy is a part of the right of ownership. So let me go through the facts. So the facts in this case is the 4 claimants, so Fern and 3 others, were long leaseholders of flats in an upmarket commercial and residential building called the Neo Bankside Building on the southern bank of the Thames River in London. And each flat included an area known as the Winter Garden. And these winter gardens were a bit unusual because their walls were constructed entirely out of glass. So they were balconies, really, constructed out of glass. And you can see them in this slide. Now, the claimants' flats, the 4 claimants' flats, were located 34 meters away from and roughly parallel to a viewing platform on the top floor of a building, and you can see it in the slide, called the Blavatnik Building, and that forms part of the Tate Modern Gallery. And this viewing platform provides a 360-degree panoramic view of London, and it was open to the general public free of charge. So unsurprisingly, it was very popular and attracted approximately 500,000 visitors each year. The problem with the viewing platform, and that's what led to this dispute, is that it allowed visitors to see straight into the claimants' winter gardens. And despite the fact that the Tate Modern had put up notices asking them not to do so, many visitors looked into the flats using binoculars or took photos of the residents going about their daily lives. And you can imagine where those photos ended up: on social media. So unsurprisingly, the claimants objected to this invasion of their privacy, and they applied to the High Court of England and Wales for an interdict preventing members of the public from viewing the interior of their flats. So there you can see it, the viewing platform and how close the block of flats were. But you can also see it's this very upmarket block of flats. And the claimants based their case on 2 grounds, one of which was the common law of nuisance. Okay, so to go through the various judgments. So in the High Court, so in the trial court, the High Court found that as a matter of principle, overlooking can give rise to an action in nuisance, but that the intrusive viewing experience in this case, on the facts of this case, it was not unreasonable. So the viewing platform and the looking into their flats was not unreasonable, and consequently did not amount to a nuisance, and so it dismissed the application. The claimants, being very wealthy, then appealed to the Court of Appeal for England and Wales, the Civil Division. Now, like the High Court, the Court of Appeal also found that the intrusion experienced by the claimants did amount to a nuisance, but on different grounds. The Court of Appeal held that in principle, overlooking cannot give rise to an action in nuisance, no matter how intrusive or oppressive it is. So in other words, the claimants failed at the very first question, the principled question of whether there can ever be a nuisance arising out of mere overlooking. In its unanimous judgment, the court advanced a number of arguments in support of this conclusion, but for the purposes of this presentation and to keep it short, I'm just going to mention 1 or 2. So the first one was what the Court of Appeal argued was the reason why there were no cases in which, so the Court of Appeal found that there were no previous cases in which the courts had found that overlooking can give rise to an action in nuisance. And they said the reason for that was the same reason why the obstruction of a view or the flow of natural light or the flow of air could not give rise in principle to an action in nuisance, namely that it would inhibit the development of land in towns and cities. So that same policy consideration I referred to previously. Secondly, they said instead of the law of nuisance, these sorts of problems between neighbors could be better dealt with by the modern planning laws and modern laws of land control. And then thirdly and finally, the appeal court held that the real issue in this case was an invasion of privacy and not an invasion of ownership. And that in the UK, invasions of privacy were already dealt with by a wide range of other laws, privacy laws, data protection laws, harassment laws, and that this case should have rather been resolved in terms of those laws than the common law of nuisance. Okay, so the claimants lost again in the Supreme Court, in the Court of Appeal. Following that loss, they then appealed to the highest court, the apex court in the UK Supreme Court, and here ultimately they were successful. So they lost in the first 2 courts, but lucky for them, they pursued their case all the way to the top and won the case. And in the Supreme Court found in their favor. In arriving at this decision, the Supreme Court explained that it had to answer two questions. First, whether as a matter of principle, overlooking can give rise to an action in nuisance. And second, if it could, whether the overlooking in this particular case, on the facts of this case, did satisfy the test for a nuisance. Insofar as the first question was concerned, the principled question, the Supreme Court found unanimously that overlooking, at least in the form of a visual intrusion, can give rise to an action in nuisance. Insofar as the second question, the court split quite narrowly. 3 judges, a majority, found that on the facts of this case, it was a nuisance. 2 judges, the minority, found that it didn't. And for those reasons, the claimants were finally successful. But for the purposes of my paper, and again to keep things short, I'm just going to look at that first principled question. Can looking into someone's neighboring property, can that be a nuisance in principle? So insofar as this first question was concerned, what the Supreme Court did is it began its analysis by distinguishing between 3 different kinds of overlooking. So it held first that the concept of overlooking can refer to those cases in which one building overlooks another, usually because the building is located or built on higher lying ground. So this form of overlooking is based on a spatial relationship between 2 properties. And insofar as this kind of overlooking is concerned, the court referred to this as mere overlooking and said that in principle it cannot give rise to an action in nuisance. Second, the Supreme Court said that the word overlooking can also refer to those cases in which a landowner does look into a neighbor's property as part of his day-to-day business. So this form of overlooking wasn't based on a spatial relationship, but really on an action, on conduct performed by a neighboring landowner. And again, the court said that this form of overlooking is mere overlooking and cannot amount to a nuisance in principle. And then finally, it got to the third form, and it said that neither of those 2 previous forms of overlooking applied in this particular case. In this particular case, the claimants didn't base their complaint on either of those 2 forms of mere overlooking. Instead, they based their case on what the court called an extreme version of visual intrusion. So it distinguished between mere overlooking on the one hand and a visual intrusion on the other hand. The Tate Modern, the court argued, actively invited members of the public to look out from the viewing platform in every direction, including the claimant's flats. In addition, the Tate Modern permitted this form of overlooking to take place without interruption for the best part of every day of the week. And so this was of a different order. This was visual intrusion. So the question for this case then was whether this form of overlooking, visual intrusion, could that in principle amount to an actionable nuisance? And the court found it could for a number of reasons, but I'm only going to refer to 2 of them. The first reason related back to the Court of Appeals argument that the common law of nuisance wasn't ideally suited, that you should rather look at planning law. The Supreme Court rejected that argument on the basis that the common law of nuisance and planning law have different goals and serve different purposes, and the one doesn't exclude the other. The second argument, and I think that's the more important one, was the Supreme Court held that the decision to describe the real issue in this case as an invasion of privacy and not as an infringement of the right to use and enjoy property was wrong. And that's because these concepts, invasion of privacy, infringement of the right to use and enjoy property, are not mutually exclusive. An important part of ownership, an important part of being an owner, is that you should be free to conduct your life in your own home without being constantly watched and photographed by strangers. And so an infringement of property rights may be protected by the law of privacy. And for me, as I said, that's probably the most important aspect of the Supreme Court's judgment, because it essentially confirms that the right of ownership should include, as an inherent entitlement, as part of your powers as an owner, a right to privacy. That privacy is not simply an incidental advantage that isn't protected by the law of property or isn't protected by nuisance. Okay, so to bring that then back to the South African situation, so in both our Roman Dutch common law, there's really not much authority on this question of whether overlooking, especially in the form of a visual intrusion, can amount to a nuisance. There's not much authority in our law on whether privacy is one of the entitlements, is a part of the content of the right to ownership. And the same, unfortunately, can be said of our South African case law. There's been very few cases in which this issue has been discussed. There have been one or two cases which, in passing, have suggested that privacy is not an inherent part of ownership, and that therefore overlooking cannot amount to an actionable nuisance. But my own view is that that approach should not be followed, that the approach adopted by the UK Supreme Court is the preferable approach, and that when the opportunity does arise in South Africa, our courts should be heavily influenced by that judgment, essentially for two reasons. The first reason I would give is that one of the functions of the law of nuisance is to define the scope and content of the right of ownership in land. And if overlooking and privacy are excluded from the content of the right of ownership in South Africa, then I think that would largely undermine the legitimacy of our concept of ownership. If we ask any homeowner as to whether they think that ownership confers privacy on them, I think they would answer in the affirmative, that part of the reason you own a home is to ensure your privacy. If our law then excluded privacy from the content and the scope of ownership, I think that would be a surprising decision, and one that would undermine the legitimacy of the common law concept of ownership. And then the second reason is it would also obviously be inconsistent with our constitutional right to privacy. As we're all aware, the common law must be developed in order to promote the object, purpose, and values in the Bill of Rights. And of course, one of the values underlying our Bill of Rights is the right to privacy. And the jurisprudence of the Constitutional Court has certainly indicated that the right to spatial privacy, the right to privacy within your home, sits at the strong end of the privacy continuum. So in order for if our courts interpreted the common law concept of ownership to protect spatial privacy, at least from that kind of extreme form of visual intrusion, I think that they would be complying with that particular instruction from the Constitution to develop the common law of ownership in a way that promotes the Bill of Rights. Thanks very much.
All right, that was the boss. So another round of applause. Our next speaker is Mr. Matthew Kimball.
I did email it to you, but in the event that it's easier, I now have it on.
Oh, you have it, okay. Okay. There you go. All right, so Matthew's presentation is titled Keepers of Peace or Tools of Oppression, a historical and constitutional review of the deployment of the SANDF during 2023 EFF protests. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So the discussion today is a portion and a part of a broader conversation that I'm doing for my PhD, which is looking at the internal deployment of the SANDF, or the South African National Defence Force, as a whole. And the reason that I wanted today to look specifically at the EFF, or the deployment during the EFF protests, was to answer the question of, well, what is the standard? At what point do we say that it's acceptable for us to deploy the SANDF internally? Because it would seem now from the deployment that recently happened on the 20th of March that being an opposition party and protesting is now sufficient standard. And I would argue that that is incredibly worrisome for us as a democratic country. And the way that I'm going to build that argument is through two perspectives. It's firstly a historical, and then secondly to look at it from a constitutional perspective, to say, well, what protections are we granted and exist there? So then going to the historical development, right, going all the way back to when we were a union, or had just been unionized or become a union in 1910, and the South African Union Army, or the Union Defence Force, as it was initially termed then, was created in or formed in 1914, and not as a response, as you may suspect, to the outbreak of the First World War, but actually the very first deployment that the Union Defence Force did was internally to oppress and react to a miners' strike. In fact, the reason that there was any emphasis to create a Union Defence Force was because the government at the time had lost, to use their terminology, a protest action to the year before that in 1913. So you had a general strike in 1914. In 1913, there was a miners' strike. The miners got what they wanted. The response was, we need an army. And in 1914, they had an army, and they deployed the army. And so from its inception, my argument is that our South African Defence Force and any of its iterations was created with this in mind, that it has the ability to act as a tool of government and a tool to oppress those who are seeking to enforce their rights. Incidentally, the only time that South Africa has ever been bombed by the air was when the South African Air Force bombed Benoni in 1922 as part of the Rand Revolt. So then, going forward, I don't want to spend too much time on the deployments during apartheid. I think that's a more recent part of our memory and history, so we're aware of it. But to just highlight the fact that this use of what was then the South African Defence Force was a continuation of this use of the army as a mechanism of oppression, particularly in the 80s when we see deployments regularly, continual deployments in the townships in order to limit activism within those townships and to limit the activism itself. I'm going to skip over the advent of democracy and our wonderful constitution and come back to that in a moment to then look at democratic deployments. So this is now the South African National Defence Force, its third iteration, and you can see two things. One, a lot of deployments, and two, an increasing number of deployments, starting really in 2010 with the Soccer World Cup, and then being deployed constantly. In fact, the army had permission to be deployed right up until the middle of this month, and so was constantly and was still in deployment last month. And if we have a very quick look at some of those deployments, it becomes difficult to pin an answer to my original question of, well, what is the standard for deployment? So in the Cape Flats, it was to combat gangsterism and gangster-related crimes. Under COVID, it was, heaven forbid, South Africans do anything wrong, we'll deploy them just before anything even happens. July unrest, you could argue, well, that makes sense, right? There was a major turmoil within the country and threat to its sovereignty. The floods, so now we're dealing with humanitarian things. And coming back to, and then there was more recently deployments to deal with ESCOM and potential sabotage there. But to come to the event that inspired this particular case study is that the EFF protests, the National Day of Shutdown, which happened on the 20th of March this year, whether it was successful or not depends on your political leanings and is not part of what I'll be discussing. But the point is that whilst there was initially some talk about the national shutdown also leading to looting and to rioting and to bringing and ending business on that particular day if they didn't protest, those remarks were eventually walked back. Those remarks were either then denied, but yet we still had that deployment, and again preemptively, right? Which is to say that there wasn't even a waiting for the police to determine if they could or couldn't do their job in that particular instance, as they had been during the July unrest earlier or in previous year. So it would appear then that the standard is just that, well, if an opposition party says that they're going to do something we don't like or that they threaten national security in any way, that is insufficient. And what hindsight would then tell us is that ultimately there were no clashes. Ultimately, the deployment ended up costing a lot of money and wasn't just deployed for the day, but as you can see, was deployed until the 17th of April 2023. So this huge period of time for the deployment in response to one day, in response to a political party. But of course, it doesn't just mean that because there's a history of this use of the army to allow for oppression, that doesn't mean that it's necessarily a problem, right? We can still and would hopefully then rely on the protections provided within the Constitution. So then to look at what the Constitution itself says. So internal deployment is allowed in terms of Section 201(2) of the Constitution, and that's where it's in cooperation with the police service. And giving effect to that, we're all aware of how legislation gives effect to pieces of allows for legislation to then give effect to them. And that comes through in the Defence Act, in particular Section 19, which deals with this deployment. Two things to really note here. One is that there's not much safeguarding. The President has to report to Parliament about what's happening, and that's kind of it. There's no parliamentary oversight per se. The only real bit of protection or oversight that we have is that the deployment must be gazetted. And that's important because that government gazette then tells us the terms under which they were deployed. What was their objective and what powers have they been given? So being a good researcher, I went to try and find the government gazette dealing with the EFF deployment, and I couldn't find it. So immediately we have an unlawful deployment. Never mind its history. The caveat to this is that I've spent a long time, those of you who've had to try and find government gazettes know they're not easy. I've had other people try and help me. We can't find it, but I can definitely say it wasn't within the 24 hours that it's meant to be. So what that document then normally looks like, okay, because I didn't expect to find that. My argument was based on historical and constitutional things, not on government not doing what it meant to do. But what it normally would look like is a very long document like this that then speaks to the deployment powers. And in particular, two things that often are included in there in other deployments that are of particular concern are these two elements. The fact that the SANDF members have an inherent right to self-defense, and that the firing of warning shots is prohibited. So I don't know what an inherent right to self-defense is, because I don't think it exists in South African law. And it creates an inverse of how our self-defense works. Normally, if I injure you, I have to then prove why I was acting in self-defense, whereas a right to self-defense to me would say that if I injure you, you have to prove why I wasn't entitled to do that. And I'd say that that doesn't exist in South African law. I'm happy to be corrected. But certainly we're giving extra powers to our SANDF members that we don't as citizens have. And then the firing of warning shots being prohibited, which speaks broadly to this idea that actually the military is probably not the best people to be employed. They're trained to engage in warfare. They're trained in those situations that when someone shoots at you, the response is to shoot to kill back, not to reduce the situation, not to de-escalate tensions. And so an even broader question becomes of, are they the right group of people in those situations, especially in response to a political protest? Are they the people that we want to have deployed in those situations? And that's before we even take consideration of them being one of the most successfully undercut budget every year departments, so heavily under-resourced. So what? Two key takeaways. The first is that I think we need a conversation around how we use the SANDF within South Africa. I suspect, I think, and submit that that was something that was overlooked when we transitioned into a democratic nation. That we need to have this conversation about, do we want our military to be used in this fashion? And if we do, then we certainly need a conversation around what safeguards we put in, what protections, what is the barrier to allow the president to deploy the SANDF? Because it's not a great look if this trend of continual use for any particular reason continues. And then very lastly, with the indulgence of the chair, to highlight this particular image that's being presented now, which was when President Cyril Ramaphosa deployed the troops in response, or preemptively, under what later became known as Lockdown Level 5, in response to COVID. And this is the only time in South Africa's history as a union, during apartheid or under democracy, that a sitting president of the republic presented in military fatigues and appeared in military fatigues. And the last question to sort of leave you with thinking is to think of other instances and other presidents who wear military fatigues and wear military uniforms. And it's not a great list of people. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Matthew Kimball. Our next speaker is Vishal 7. Okay, so Vishal's topic. is the High Seas Treaty. Why is it a big deal?
Sorry, where's the slideshow? Okay, folks, good afternoon. So just to start off, this is a really nice quote about the oceans from a French author. And he said that the sea has always been lashed by two major contrary winds. The winds from the high seas towards the land is the wind of freedom, and the wind from the land towards the high seas is the bearer of sovereignties, and the law of the sea has always been in the middle of that. So I'm going to be like a weatherman and point out the actual map of the world that shows the ocean space. And you'll find here that in these little parts here, which you don't normally see on general maps of the world, that there's two parts of the ocean. That the one part of the ocean is under national jurisdiction, and the other part of the ocean, this blue part here, is areas beyond national jurisdiction. Now, in the areas beyond national jurisdiction, there are two realms that are there. One is the realm of the high seas, and that is the water that is there on the ocean. And the second realm is the deep seabed, and that's right at the bottom, the floor. Now, those two different those two different areas, the deep seabed and the high seas, have completely different legal regimes. And the reason for that wasn't because of some scientific reasoning. It wasn't because of some technical legal consideration. It simply stemmed from the way in which these treaties were negotiated at the time, and the politics at the time. And so this was one of the most difficult issues of negotiation, the problem of these competing principles as to why the high seas has a completely different legal regime to the deep seabed, the floor of the ocean. So in the realm of the high seas, the water itself, the doctrine that is governing is the doctrine called the freedom of the seas. Now, the freedom of the seas simply means that no state can claim sovereignty over that ocean space, and all states has certain freedoms, the freedom to navigate, the freedom of fishing, the capacity to exploit resources, the laying submarine cables, your internet cables, all out on the high sea. So there are these particular freedoms that are there. So in other words, what happens with this freedom, it's really like a first come, first serve. So the states now that have the ability and the wherewithal to go and exploit those resources and use that are the ones that are going to do that. And so that creates, in a sense, a kind of inequity, because developing countries that might not have those resources, those technical abilities to go out to the far realms of the ocean to exploit it, would be detrimentally marginalized. So we go back to this lovely old man is a diplomat called Arvind Pardo. And in 1967, he spoke at the UN General Assembly, and he spoke for 3 hours. And it caught the attention of many newly independent African countries. And what he was advocating was that he was advocating for the deep seabed to have a different regime. He said there's incredible amount of resources in the deep seabed, and we should have a more equitable way in which this is exploited. So he proposed this idea that it must be the common heritage of mankind. So you see the ocean itself, the top, the water has this freedom of the seas, but he proposed that the seabed itself has this common heritage of all mankind. So eventually his theories prevailed, and we had a deep seabed authority that was created, and developing countries have the ability to get involved in this process. But it didn't come very easy. A lot of developed nations, especially the United States, vigorously objected to that because they wanted to enjoy the freedoms. They didn't want to go out there and train developing countries to do mining, for example. It was a very purely capitalist notion. So what had happened then was, why is there a big interest in the deep seabed? And the reason for that is this here. Now, this is the deep seabed on the Pacific Ocean. And these little rocks here that you see is littered all over the Pacific Ocean on the seabed. And these are called polymetallic nodules. They're essentially like rocks, but they contain a lot of minerals: cobalt, nickel, manganese. Now, why is those minerals particularly important? This laptop, your phone, your electric cars, all the batteries run on this cobalt. But it is very difficult to mine as well. It's like to go out to mine this is like planning a mission to Mars, the kind of logistics that's involved. You heard about those submarines that implode, the implosions and the things that go on there. But also, coming now to part of why I'm speaking about this new treaty that came out, was that it was assumed in the 1980s, when they discovered these polymetallic nodules, that there wasn't any real life down at there that was worth exploiting, or there was no fish that we are going to eat that comes from there, that part of the ocean. But it was assumed that because there was no sunlight that reached that deep seabed, there wasn't much life that was worth exploring. However, recently, what was seen when there were like Challenger Deep explorations, you found these hydrothermal vents coming out at about 120 degrees Celsius. And these hydrothermal vents came from the deep crust of the Earth, and it supported some very unusual life forms that were there. Extremophiles, basically, that's the term that they're using. And there was a dazzling array of unique life forms that were able to survive under real alien conditions. They were extreme physical, the extreme pressure, the extreme temperatures, and the geochemical conditions that would be normally lethal to other organisms. Now, why was this interesting? Why was this discovery particularly interesting? Was because that these unique properties were interesting for scientific purposes, because they have garnered international interest based on their pharmaceutical and industrial developments. How these life forms adapt to these things are mapped in their genetic codes, and they have proven to be very useful for various pharmaceutical applications, and we term them marine genetic resources. So now, the point coming to the law, although we have a legal regime for the deep seabed, that what Mr. Arvid Pardo spoke about, that was agreed upon, that it was the common heritage of mankind, there was a very big legal gap in this regime. And the big legal gap arose in the fact that they spoke about the mineral resources as the common heritage. It did not speak towards living resources. So there's a very significant legal gap that's there. Then the question is now, these resources that have incredible potential, do we regard this as the common heritage of mankind or humankind? Or is it part of the freedom of the seas, where states that have the ability to mine it and to use it can simply exercise the freedoms of the seas? So that's the context. And so now we have, it was long recognized that the ocean governance regime was insignificant to deal with this. And so they created a new treaty called the Convention on the Agreement under the UNCLOS Convention for the Sustainable Use of Marine Biological Diversity in Areas Beyond National Jurisdiction. So just recently, a treaty was adopted, and it was a remarkable exercise in multilateralism. For the first time in 40 years, the international community got together to create a treaty on the oceans, and this was really why it was a big deal, okay? They started the discussions in 2004 about how to create a treaty to regulate this part of the ocean. It took 19 years of negotiations. The negotiations only ended in March this year. And so, and actually just last month, the treaty was open for signature. So this is literally hot off the press in that sense, and it's a real big deal. And one of the things that it does in the last minute that I have, essentially, you'll see there, it's, in a sense, these little darker areas are what you call marine protected areas. And a lot of these, this one is part of South Africa here in our Marion Island. And those are areas, largely areas that are within the jurisdiction of states. But the high seas doesn't really have any kind of protected areas. Only about 1% of the high seas, which is like close to 95% of the ocean space, is protected. And that's a little area down in Antarctica. So what the convention is trying to do is it's essentially creating a framework for the exploitation of marine genetic resources. They're saying that now states have to, it's regarded as the common heritage of humankind, those living resources, and states will have to contribute in the sense of monetary contributions, and there's an equitable sharing. You're creating what you call your national parks out in the oceans, marine protected areas, environmental impact assessment, there are new rules that have been provided, capacity building, and the transfer of marine technology. So developed states now can assist developing states to have the capacity, the training, the access to the resources to actually exploit that. So that's really remarkable in a nutshell what that convention is saying. And the last thing that I want to say is that just a few comments about these things is that the deep seabed is an area that's very hard, it's very remote, it's hard to explore. So these things about developing environmental impact assessments are going to be quite challenging. How are you going to go out to properly assess the actual impacts? How are you going to actually monitor it? And if you create a massive marine protected area in the middle of the oceans, one of the big questions that I would like to ask is how is international shipping going to, if you have a huge protected area, does that mean that commercial shipping in the sea lanes have to reroute around this marine protected area? So those are some of the things that we can go on and speak about each of these. You can potentials to do dissertations on each of these various topics. It'll keep me occupied for a very long time, and I don't want to keep you occupied for a long time, so thank you very much for listening to me.
All right, thank you, Vishal Seben. Our next speaker is now going to be Zodumo Gumede. Is she here? All right.
I thought it was.
Oh, that's okay. Yes, I know. So what's happening is this. Right. Perfect.
I'm not too sure what's going on.
I think the keyboards are stable. Right. Oh, okay. Okay, there you go. Should come up now. There.
Okay. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Zoe Gumede, and I'm from College of Law and Management. Can you see? Sorry. Oh, okay. I thought you said something. Okay, so the study is on hybrid work post-COVID-19, the transition's role in achieving some of the Sustainable Development Goals 2030. Okay, the post-COVID-19 world has ushered a new era of work, fundamentally reshaping how individuals, businesses, and governments perceive and engage. Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
reshaping how individuals, businesses, and governments perceive and engage in employment. One of the most notable and transformative shifts in the landscape is the rise of remote work. With the pandemic forcing organizations to adapt quickly to remote work environment, what was initially a necessity has now evolved into a potent and enduring trend. Remote work, once considered a novelty or perk, has become a redefining feature of modern workforce. It transcends the geographical boundaries, liberating individuals from the confines of traditional office spaces. So this research delves into the crucial role that remote work can play in advancing some of the Sustainable Development Goals. Beyond its convenience, remote work has the potential to foster positive outcomes for individuals and society at large. It is a tool for achieving a multitude of goals, for promoting decent work and economic growth, which is Sustainable Development Goals number 8. This study seeks to underscore the significance of this paradigm shift and implications for global development efforts. Okay, so the primary objectives of the study are multifaceted, reflecting the need to explore articulate and profound impact that remote work can have on the pursuit of Sustainable Development Goals. Firstly, it aims to provide a comprehensive understanding of the ways which remote work can directly and indirectly contribute to the achievement of specific Sustainable Development Goals. This involves various sustainable development facets such as economic growth, reduced inequalities, and environmental sustainability. Secondly, this research underscores the importance of recognizing remote work as more than a mere response to a global crisis. Instead, it is a transformative force that, if harnessed strategically, can drive progress towards Sustainable Development Goals. The methodology employed in this exploration of the connection between remote work and Sustainable Development Goals is characterized by a rigorous approach. To unravel the intricate dynamics and potential impact, the study adopted a systematic research methodology consisting of several key components. One, the literature review was commenced by conducting an extensive literature review encompassing academic research papers, reports, case studies, and policy documents. The review formed the foundation of the analysis, enabling the researcher to gain insights from a diverse and array of sources. And secondly, a comparative analysis. The researcher engaged in a comparative analysis of regions and industries to assess the different impact of remote work on Sustainable Development Goals. This involved scrutinizing variations in remote work adoption, economic structures, and sustainability goals. My apologies. Thirdly, data collection and analysis. So the methodology involved collecting and analyzing relevant data sets pertaining to remote work trends, economic indicators, and sustainability metrics. Meticulously, the researcher examined statistical data to identify patterns and correlations. Okay, so the results and findings of this research unveiled a multitude of compelling findings regarding the impact of remote work on Sustainable Development Goals. These findings not only underscore the significance of remote work as a driver of positive change, but also shed light on specific areas where its influence is most profound. One, economic growth, which is Sustainable Development Goals number 8. Remote work has changed and emerged as a catalyst for economic growth. Our analysis demonstrates that it fosters entrepreneurial endeavors and promotes the creation of micro businesses, contributing to increased employment opportunities, and moreover, it allows the companies to tap into a global talent pool, driving innovation and productivity. Number 2, it reduced inequalities, which is Sustainable Development Goals number 8. Goal number 10. Remote work has the potential to bridge geographical inequalities by enabling individuals from less developed regions to access employment opportunities regardless of their location. It promotes a more inclusive workforce. Number 3, climate action, which is Sustainable Development Goals number 13. A notable finding is that remote work's positive impact on climate action. It reduced commuting results in lower carbon emissions, contributing to environmental sustainability. This aligns with the broader Sustainable Development Goals number 13, goal of combating climate change and its impact. Number 4 is work-life balance and well-being. The research indicates that remote work can enhance work-life balance and overall well-being. It promotes and provides individuals with greater flexibility to manage their professional and personal lives, reducing stress and improving mental health. So if we were to discuss the implications, arising from the intersection of remote sustainable development goals are profound and multifaceted. They offer valuable insights onto how individuals, businesses, and policymakers can harness the potential of remote work to drive positive change and foster sustainable development. 1, economic transformation. Remote work signifies a shift in the nature of work itself. It empowers individuals to become entrepreneurs and to become innovators. For governments and businesses, recognizing this transformation can lead into strategies that foster a dynamic and adaptable workforce, ultimately contributing to Sustainable Development Goals number 8, which is decent work and economic growth. So number 2, inclusivity and equality. The remote work revolution can be a powerful tool in addressing inequalities by enabling access to job opportunities for individuals and undeserved regions. Remote work helps to reduce the geographic disparities, aligning with the spirit of Sustainable Development Goals number 10. Sustainable Development Goals number 10. However, it's crucial to ensure that equitable access to resources and opportunities for all, bridging the digital divide. Okay, so the transformative power of remote work in post-COVID-19 landscape is unmistakable. So what began as an imperative response to a global crisis has evolved into a defining feature of modern workforce. So the study has illuminated the pivotal role that remote work can play in advancing sustainable development goals, underscoring its potential as a catalyst for positive change in various dimensions. Remote work's capacity to foster economic growth, particularly through the promotion of entrepreneurship and innovation, resonates deeply with Sustainable Development Goals number 8, which is decent work and economic growth. Lastly, by embracing remote work as a force for positive change, we can navigate the complexities of modern workforce while advancing the global agenda for sustainable development. Thank you.
All right, we have 5 minutes to lunch, and yet we need a 10-minute presentation there. So how do we go about doing it? Can we start our lunch at around 5 past, 10 past? Are you okay with that? Okay, don't lose out on the meat or... Okay. All right, so our next speaker is Shamantha Naidu. All right. Yes, you can come through. So Shamantha's topic is insurable interest and an analysis of South African insurance industry's inability to effectively uphold sustainable development goal 8 in pandemic situations.
Thank you. I just need to test this really quickly because I have a video. Oops.
No. Yeah, I just want to test if it will work. All these technical issues.
Okay, let's see. Wait for it to open. Okay. Now I'm going to insert this. Okay, so I've put it on slideshow. You should be able to. Do you want it on slideshow?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to make sure it plays.
Okay. There you go.
But there's no sound.
Is it supposed to play now?
Yeah. Okay, it's fine. Must I restart? Okay. 2020 saw many businesses worldwide being thrown into a wave of uncertainty. Why though? COVID-19 lockdown regulations had basically forced businesses to cease their operations in an attempt to curb the spread of COVID-19. The result? An influx of business interruption insurance claims. Businesses were desperate to recoup all of the losses that they had actually incurred during the lockdown, and they had looked to the business interruption insurance industry as a source of hope, or rather a beacon of hope, that would protect them from total annihilation. Unfortunately, an influx of policy considerations coming from insurers disagreed with actually providing coverage and indicated a clear disinterest on their part. Ironically so, if you had to consider the fact that an insurable interest served as a key element of insurance, and the attitude of insurers had seemingly reduced this to an insurable disinterest. The inevitability of pandemic situations coupled with the evasiveness of insurers provides us with the necessity to then consider whether our insurance industry is adequately prepared to deal with pandemic situations. Good day, everyone. My name is Shmenta, and my presentation is titled Insurable Interest, an analysis on the South African insurance industry's inability to effectively uphold Sustainable Development Goal 8 in pandemic situations. So SDG 8, what is it about? Essentially, it calls on us to promote sustainable economic development as well as good working conditions. It is actually the only goal that explicitly speaks to insurance and highlights the importance of insurance in contributing to economic development and business resilience. Now, the question is, how exactly does insurance do this, right? So, when it comes to business interruption insurance in particular, which is my focus, you'll find that this type of insurance is useful in transferring risks from individual businesses to a wider community, thus providing more support in times of disaster. Now, this becomes crucial, as you guys are aware. We've just experienced COVID-19, and with a case where you have a pandemic, the resultant losses are of such great magnitude that in most cases, individual businesses are not going to be capable of coping with such losses.
And this is exactly why business interruption insurance becomes necessary. Let's say business interruption insurance claims are actually overlooked and delayed, as was the case in COVID-19. Not only would this affect the achievement of SDG 8, but at the same time, businesses are not only facing a potential risk of failure, but they would also be forced to actually downscale staff, okay? Statistics show in 2020 there was a clear increase, 6.9% global unemployment rate. Clear increase, pandemic situation. Not only would that actually question our achievement of SDG 8, but in turn it results in increased poverty and inability to access food and poor health. It's having a knock-on effect on the achievement of other SDGs. Now, we need to consider what is the South African position. We know that insurance is actually supposed to provide us with assistance, but in as much as it seems useful, business interruption insurance during the COVID-19 pandemic had revealed that it was actually a hotly contested battleground where insurers merely refuted claims on the basis that COVID-19 was unforeseen and thus should not actually be covered under our policies. So, when we look at South Africa, we unfortunately did not have enough guidance in terms of how to respond to a pandemic situation. As usual, we sought reliance on our international law. English case of FCA, right? And in this case, we basically considered about 21 different policy wordings. Again, different policy wordings, not just one. And the key things that can be mentioned, since South Africa had relied on this, is that the findings include that when it comes to covering loss under an insurance policy, an insurer will be under a duty to compensate the insured, provided that the insured risk had materialized, liability was actually encompassed within the contract, and lastly, any claim formalities must have been completed by the policyholder. In addition to this, one of the other findings that I've had was that the considerations of public policy and policy interpretation together with causation serve as instrumental role in determining whether a loss is indeed covered. Lastly, we do not care about the subjective intention of the parties at the time of contracting, and that is an important thing to note. Now, inasmuch as our South African cases had found in favor of policyholders, they failed to consider other aspects, such as when policies would actually exclude cover. And as such, I submit the following two English cases, Rockcliffe Hall and TKC, as being instrumental going forward, considering that pandemics are inevitable. These two cases will provide guidance and persuasive value to our courts in terms of how exactly we can approach a situation of exclusion. From the aforementioned discussion, it becomes seemingly clear that insurers were not adequately prepared, and in turn, this had an effect on multiple sustainable development goals in addition to SDG 8. As such, it becomes important for us to actually invest in business resilience and in enhancing our insurance industry stability in order to allow us to be better equipped to mitigate the effects of future disasters. As such, I'd like to recommend the following. Firstly, the key areas of contentions emanated from the fact that policy wordings were unclear. Going forward, insurers need to adapt them to ensure certainty. And lastly, we need to encourage insurers to provide incentives to encourage private sector partnerships. By doing this, we will help to have a bigger support system to mitigate loss. As is once said, Predicting the rain does not count. Building the ark does. Going forward, any recommendations that are given, apart from mine, need to ensure sustainability as their backbone. They need to be able to cater for sustainability both during and after pandemic situations. If anybody has any further interests in my topic, please feel free to have a look at any one of these sources. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Can we have a round of applause to all the presenters that we have heard today? All right, so we're supposed to be having question and answers, but surely it's lunchtime. So that's a very important part of the program that I always check first. So I think we can dispense with question and answers, right? Exactly. So can we just dispense with the questions and answers? If anyone is eager to ask questions, please just email them. Okay. Yes, or talk over lunch. Yes, yeah. All right, thank you. I think Gina will lead us to the lunch. All right, where are the big things happening? Okay, so Gina will find out, and then we'll all follow her. Oh, by the way, that brings my term of chairing this to the end, and after lunch, we'll be joined by Ms. Ruth Nyamazao. Thank you. All right, so lunch is downstairs at the dining area.
of you and just drink so that we can just pay attention to the speakers that will be coming up now. I am going to introduce our speaker right now, and our speaker is Amina Danka, and her topic is Knots, Nout, and Not, an analysis of Sudan and another versus workforce staffing. All right, over to you.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. My paper is going to take the form of a case note, and it's going to deal with the case of Sudan and another versus workforce staffing. This case deals with the restraint of trade. It's the Labor Appeal Court decision, and it deals with how, today I'll be looking at how the court has reached its decision and reasoning in making its finding. This paper deals with the Sustainable Development Goal 8, which provides for decent work and economic growth. It provides for sustained, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth, full and productive employment, and decent work for all. The methodology that I would be using in order to draft this case note would be a black letter doctrinal review. Because this case deals with the restraint of trade, a brief introduction to a restraint of trade is that when there is an employment relationship, there is a relationship between an employer and employee. A fiduciary relationship exists between the employer and employee, and this relationship signifies that the employee cannot disclose any of the confidential information that he or she had obtained during the employment relationship. And as such, so that the employer does not have to rely on the honesty of the employee to not disclose any of the confidential information or trade secrets or trade connections that that employee had access to or had knowledge of during the employment relationship, the employer and the employee enter into a restraint of trade agreement. And in terms of this restraint of trade agreement, the employee is restrained or prohibited from being employed by a competitor or engaging in any business that is in competition with the employer for a specific period of time in a defined or in a specific locality. So in this case, what had happened in the Sudan case was that the respondent, who is the employer, was workforce staffing, and the appellants, who were the former employees, were the general manager of sales and the national sales executive, respectively. In terms of the first appellant, who was the first former employee, she was responsible for the selling of staff solutions to customers, as well as for implementing and developing pricing strategies. Workforce Staffing was a company that provided human resources and staff solutions and related services throughout South Africa. And in terms of the national sales executive, he was responsible for maintaining customer relationships, and he hosted events such as golf days and breakfasts for these customers. The Labor Court had decided or had made a finding that the appellants, who were the former employees, they were prohibited for a period of 2 years from being employed by their former employees, so Workforce Staffing's competitor, or being engaged in any business that was in competition with Workforce Staffing, and they were prohibited within a 35-kilometer radius from any office branch where they had undertaken responsibilities or were given duties, or where they carried out their duties. Therefore, the appellants or the former employees had appealed against the Labor Court's decision in the respect of two elements: in terms of the territorial operation, that is, in terms of how the restraint of trade agreement was going to be enforced against them, and in terms of the duration. Because they were restrained for a period of 2 years, they based their arguments on the fact that their restraint of trade agreement was unreasonable and against public policy, because if their restraint of trade agreement was to be reasonably construed, it meant that they were only going to be prohibited for a period of 2 years from engaging in competition or being employed by the respondents or the former employers' competition within only a 35-kilometer radius from their office at which they were specifically employed at, which was the Secunda office. In terms of the duration of the restraint of trade, they said that should the court firstly agree with their reasonable interpretation of their restraint of trade, then they would have no problem in being bound to their restraint of trade for a period of 2 years. But however, should the court not find in favor of their reasonable interpretation of the restraint of trade, then that period of 2 years would be unreasonably harsh and unjustified, and that period would have to be reduced either to 6 months or to 1 year. The court acts in determining whether their interpretation of the restraint of trade was actually a reasonable interpretation. The court looked at the interpretation canons which were postulated by the Supreme Court of Appeal, in which the court held that when interpreting a restraint of trade or interpreting any provision, the language of the provision, the context in which the provision appears, the background and the production to the provision, and the purpose for which the provision has been drafted should be looked at. So the court, firstly, in determining how the restraint of trade clause that the employees were bound to were to be interpreted in terms of the interpretation canons, the court looked at 4 factors in determining the reasonable interpretation. The court looked at the nature and the duties of the former employees, the nature and duty of their jobs, and the court held that the nature and the duty of the jobs were such that they had to carry out their duties and responsibilities throughout South Africa. The court also looked at how they had formed close relationships with customers in the course of their duties, and that the restraint of trade was the only means available for the employer to ensure that the employee's proprietary interest was protected. And also the court looked at the opportunities that the former employees had in establishing relationships with customers during the course of their duties. The appellant, the former employees, actually during the course of their duties had carried out their duties throughout South Africa, so that is why they had a national limitation in terms of their restraint of trades. And then in terms of the duration of the restraint of trade, the court had a look at Section 22 and Section 36 of the Constitution, as well as the Pacta Servanda Sunt principles. The court further held that although restraint of trades, it is trite in South African law that restraint of trades are enforceable, the only time that they would not be enforceable is when they are unreasonable or contrary to public policy. So in terms of the Pacta Servanda Sunt principle, which is one of the public policy considerations which holds that parties to a contract should be bound to the contract that they have been entered into. And in terms of Section 22 of the Constitution, it provides that everyone has the right to ply their trade and to engage in work. And Section 36 of the Constitution, which provides for the limitations clause, which says that not all rights are absolute and all rights can be limited in terms of Section 36 of the Constitution. So in coming to its decision, the court held that because a reasonable interpretation of the restraint of trade meant that that restraint of trade applied to the employees throughout the entire period of South Africa, and that in terms of Section 36, where the employer can only have the less restrictive means of achieving its purpose, which was to protect its proprietary interests, the court held that it would only be reasonable to enforce the restraint of trade throughout South Africa, so that would be nationally, but only for a period of 1 year, because the employer could not prove that it would take 2 years for the replacements, so for the former employees' replacements, to establish close relationships with the customers. Therefore, in terms of this judgment, what implications or findings, or some of the implications are that although a court would be willing to enforce a nationwide restraint of trade against employees, the court, in terms of looking at the duration, it does not mean that the court will automatically enforce the duration of a restraint of trade also, because the court says that in order for a restraint of trade, or for the duration of the restraint of trade, especially in terms of this case, was that substantive and substantial or comprehensive evidence needs to be provided for the court. For example, the court referred to a former decision in which the court upheld a 2-year restraint of trade because in that case, the parties had provided the court with comprehensive proof that for them to market and conceptualize a product takes a period of 24 to 6 months. So therefore, the court held that proper justification is required in order to prove that a restraint of trade can be enforceable in terms of public policy and in terms of reasonableness. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We're going to go to the next presenter. That's Suhaifa Bamji. And their topic is, what's the beef?
To chow or not to chow?
To chow or not to chow. And she has the aura of the words. So we may clap our hands as we welcome her to come and present.
HDMI. Sorry, just bear with me. Looking for view. Just present to view. Okay, so what's the beef, to chow or not to chow? And really what we're trying to do is look at menus and what's things and what's on the diet, particularly in relation to consideration that the UN Sustainable Development Goals were signed by UN nation states, but there seems to be a disconnect between what the states do and what they've agreed to undertake to do in terms of the goals, right? And so let's look at the Sustainable Development Goals. They were agreed in 2012 by the various member UN states in Rio de Janeiro. And the ones that I'm looking at particularly, and just to say, well, South Africa, Italy, very many members there. So just put a flag in that. And the ones I'm looking at particularly are good health and well-being, 13, climate change, and number 2, zero hunger. In response to that, Lancet and the EAT Commission came up with the what is called the Planetary Health Plate. So focusing on exactly those 3 same goals, which are really important, you know, because you can't talk about human rights or if you don't have a planet. And so the focus, if there's no humans on the planet. And so the focus of the Planetary Health Plate takes those 3 into consideration, but looking particularly on what climate change and that sort of thing is. And based on that, what the Commission came up was this eating plan. So ideally, we should eat this. And these sorts of things on your plate will mean that you've got a healthy planet as well as healthy people eating nutrition. But if you look at the slide, you see that little sliver of animal protein? So all of the rest of your plate is made up of other things. That tiny sliver of animal protein is what you're allowed per meal, per day, based on a 3-meal diet. And what that actually means is 1.5 chicken nuggets per plate, or 1/5 of an egg per plate, or 2/3 of a fish finger per plate, or 1/16 of a beef burger patty per plate, or 1/4 of a rasher of bacon per plate. All right. But look, if it's going to do good for the planet, why not? Why not? I mean, I like Earth. I'm sure you do too. So there's a drive to bring more plant-based meals on the diet, or onto your plate and onto the menus. And look, plant-based alternatives have been around for decades. I'm sure you're familiar with very many of these brands. And people choose them not just for planetary health. They've been doing them for personal reasons, religious reasons, you know, and some just want a little bit of flexibility. So whether you identify as a vegan, a vegetarian, a flexitarian, you just want choice. And they've been available because there's lots of things on the menu and you get to choose. Now, in response to these SDGs, you heard of lab-grown meat? It's happening, and it's here, proudly South African, by a company called Nuisance Meat. In Cape Town this year, well, last year in 2022, Nuisance Meat launched its first lab-grown beef patties in Cape Town. And as you can see, it's because it was with the driver of climate change, okay? And so it's here. So you think, okay, these drivers are there to go for it. But so what's going on? What are you talking about? So if it all looks good, it all looks good. Well, something happened. And South African government last year decided to put a ban on and seize all plant-based meat alternative products. In fact, they sent out a notification to suppliers, to shops like Woolies, Checkers, everyone. You've got 30 days to take these things off your product, or off your shelves. 30 days. But like, why? What's going on? What is going on? Must be a South African problem, right? Actually, no. Actually, no. This move to seize and ban plant-based meat alternatives seems to be an international thing. The same activity you'll find in the USA, France, Australia, Belgium, Turkey, and Italy. And Italy. In fact, Italy went one further. They didn't just say we're going to ban, we're going to do it. Not only did they also banned, they passed legislation. So this was an instruction, we're going to seize it from South Africa. Italy passed legislation banning the sale, cultivation, whatever, of importation of plant-based meat alternatives, as well as lab-based meat. So it's not just a South African problem. But why, Suhaifa? What's the beef? What's the beef? Well, it's really what the answer from all of these government states have been is, well, it's what you call it. When is a sausage a sausage? When is a nugget a nugget? When is a patty a patty? And they're saying, well, the problem is you can't call it a sausage if it doesn't have meat in it. You can't call it a patty if it doesn't have meat in it. But you call that a gold nugget, right? And that's a chicken nugget, and that's fine. I remember when I was in preschool, it wasn't too long ago, but I'm pretty sure I remember when my preschool teacher told me, take the Play-Doh and roll it into a sausage. She didn't say roll it into a cylindrical shaped doodad or use big fancy words. She said sausage. So the question is, what came first, the shape or substance? But the face of the answer was it's got to do with naming conventions, and you can't call something a sausage unless it's got meat. But digging deeper, so South African government were then emergency interdicted, right, by the plant-based food industry. And the case eventually this year said that the reasons put forward by the government departments are completely irrational. Completely irrational. But we don't have time for that, but it's worth thinking about. So what does it have to do with law? Well, it's definitely a rights violation. Why? Because whichever side of the divide you stand on, whether you want meat or whether you want vegetables, when you want to promote one diet or not the other, what you're doing is actually taking choice off the menu. You're limiting everything or anything, anyone, it's my way or the highway, this is what you get to eat. And whether you want meat or you want vegetables, you're saying to one of the other group, well, you don't get to have a choice. You don't have to get a choice. You got to eat what we say you got to eat, right? And that's the constitutional issue there, right there. Because beyond that, it's also about, if these policies are irrational and they don't have a basis, where they're coming from. And what it seems to be, when you look at it internationally, okay, this might sound conspiracy theory-ish, but it seems that the driver for these sudden moves to take plant-based alternatives off the menu is because the meat industry have their meat hooks deep in government. Deep in government. And if you trace it back, because there's no connection. If you've signed off on these SDGs to do something, and then you just overnight frustrating getting it, right? So that's something to think about. But there is also a constitutional issues. And trust me, we will meet again. We will absolutely meet again. Because this will go to the Constitutional Court, if not here, somewhere else. In Turkey. But it is about having alternatives. It is about having choice. And we're not saying that it will never happen, that people will choose one or the other, but you've got to let them, right? But if it's about sustainability, you've also got to take things like cultural practices. How do you identify? How do you find your heritage? right? And the dishes we cook, the meals we eat, some of our happiest times are around the braai or whatever it is, whatever you choose to eat, but you get to choose to eat. And it can be done in a sustainable way. It can so very well be done in a sustainable way. But you've got to identify what the real problem is. And it's not about nations consuming meat or consuming vegetables, but maybe it's called CIS meat, because it's confusing to say meat and non-meat, right? Let's just call it CIS meat. It's not about consuming meat or producing meat. It's about waste. The problem is waste. And the planet is at risk when you are producing that much to waste that much and only actually eat that much. So what we need are tighter control mechanisms around waste. So we will meet again. Thank you. Ciao for now, I should have said.
Thank you so much for such a presentation. Makes me now really rethink the amount of meat I actually had in my plate during lunch. If it's a fifth of it, I think I've gone for the next 3 months just today. Our next speaker will be Anne Strode, and she'll be speaking on Policing Learner Pregnancies, a critical review of the Department of Basic Education's policy on the mandatory reporting of underage consensual sex. It results in pregnancy. Thank you so much. We can clap for her as she comes through.
Okay, so I'm afraid I'm going to have to start with the beef. This is my only picture. So after the last presentation, my presentation is going to look very poor. But I was thinking at least I'm talking about sex. So that at least is something. I hope you'll enjoy it. So we have as I'm sure all of you know, we have an enormous problem with teenage pregnancies, and particularly amongst learners at school. So the last survey that was done between 2021 and 2022, there were 90,000 pregnancies of learners, so girls in school, worryingly from the ages of 10 right up till 19. And this is obviously an enormous rights issue, not only because we want to keep girls in school, but also because of we have a very progressive, as you're going to see, sexual and reproductive health, access to reproductive health rights for adolescents and services, and yet somehow it's failing us. So like a number of other presentations this morning, mine is deals with Sustainable Development Goal 3, that of health and well-being. So in response, the Department of Basic Education has actually developed a policy on learner pregnancy that was adopted at the end of 2021. It has a number of goals. Importantly, from my perspective, there are these two, that they want to actually keep girls and pregnant girls in school for the duration of their pregnancy, and to ensure their return into the schooling system after birth. As well as they say they want to create this environment in which is caring and supportive. However, a problem that a sort of backdoor that undermines this in the policy is that it provides for mandatory reporting of underage sex if it falls into the category of statutory rape. It requires that you report that to the police. Now, with our statutory rape provisions, what they provide is if you are although the age of consent to sex is 16, if you are between the ages of 12 and 15 and you have sex with a partner who is more than 2 years older than you, and they are 16 or 17, so if you're a 13-year-old having sex with a 16-year-old, it is statutory rape. Likewise, a 14 and a 17-year-old. So that peer sex, that the your peers in your class or your school, actually, if you're having sex with them and you're under 16, could be statutory rape, as well as if you're having sex with an adult. Now, the real problem with this is that the implications that it actually has, particularly for young girls. And so let me go into some of the critique of this, is that it has both human rights and public health implications, in that generally girls have partners who are 4 years or older than them, and if you as a teenage mum now, if you are under 16 and at school in the supportive environment where they provide you with counselling, it appears that they will ask who the father is, because they want to be able to provide the father with counselling as well. The problem is going to be then is that young girls, if they do make this disclosure around the age of their partner, well, the identity and the age, there is certainly a possibility that they will now get tangled up in the criminal law, because their partner will need to be reported. Now, I am speaking here, my critique is not where, for example, a teacher is having sex with a child. I'm speaking here of consensual relationships, which are more normative, as was recognized in the teddy bear case, that where it is perhaps someone you're at school with, even though they're more than 2 years older than you. So now, is this mandatory reporting of your sexual partner, is it lawful? Well, sadly it is, because there is a very broad mandatory reporting requirement in the Sexual Offences Act. Section 54 says anyone with knowledge, which means even if I know my own teenagers in my home are having sex, I'm supposed to run off to my local police station and report them. So it was put in to try and protect children because it applies to all sexual offences. But statutory rape is really in a different category, because it's a consensual offence. It's really only related to your age. So if the school gets you to disclose not only the father's name but their age, that's when the reporting obligation would be triggered. Because if I'm 13 and I say my partner is also 13, then statutory rape has not actually occurred. So does it violate the rights of the pregnant learners? And this is why I was speaking about to me it's about policing pregnancy, because adolescents, following the teddy bear case in the Constitutional Court, it's very clear that the references to sexual and reproductive health in the Constitution do apply to adolescents. They only don't apply if there is a justifiable limitation on that right. And our other laws, if you look at the Children's Act, the Termination of Pregnancy Act, for example, although age of consent to sex is 16, you can get HIV testing, you can have medical treatment, all of that below the age of 16. And the teddy bear clinic case made it very clear that adolescent sex is normative. They did recognize the limitation in that that's why they provided there shouldn't be the criminalization of peer sex. If I'm 12 and I'm having sex with a 15-year-old, that should not be criminalized. If I'm having sex with an adult, then that would be a different consideration. But the Constitutional Court did say when we police these relationships, we are going into the most intimate sphere of adolescents' lives. And that was a violation of their privacy. There was violation of dignity, because now I must go off to the police station, I must give a statement on when I had sex and what happened, etc., and implicate the father of my child. He'll potentially now get a criminal record, etc. So we're saying it's lawful at one level in the sense that there's that broad mandatory reporting obligation, but it does violate rights. This was actually not challenged in the teddy bear case. They didn't challenge the reporting obligation. But on the other hand, if if it violates rights, well, perhaps is it really good public health? A good public health intervention to be running off to the police every time we see a pregnant learner under the age of 16. Well, it certainly isn't, because at the heart of the sort of services that the schools are told in the policy to provide are counselling and support. And it's going to be very difficult to provide that support if there's no trust in that relationship. If children know that if they do disclose, there are going to be all these negative consequences, and the negative consequences are not only for the father, they're also for her, because she'll be indirectly drawn into the criminal justice system, and that will really deter health-seeking behavior, because I'll perhaps try and hide my pregnancy for as long as possible. I may try and not go and get antenatal care, which means I won't be tested for HIV, which is a key risk in pregnancy, and I won't necessarily get treatment that I need. And we know that the younger you are, the more dangerous your pregnancy is. There's a greater chance of, for example, low birth weight babies, etc. So we really need these interventions. We need to make sure that we provide public health services to pregnant learners. In conclusion, I just wanted to say that it's important that we recognize that having a policy on teenage pregnancy is a good thing. And it's good that those goals that they set out in the policy are based on human rights. But it seems without recognizing it, they've undermined their own policy objectives by having this requirement that you go and report it to the police station. And that they really need to focus they need to focus on, although it's a legal requirement, that's a mandatory reporting requirement, you are obliged to do it, and you can face up to 5 years in jail if you don't report. You only have to report if you have knowledge, which means the focus needs to be on the pregnant learner, and advising her that she can certainly disclose the father's name and age if she feels safe, but she needs to be advised of the consequences, and it shouldn't be mandatory, because I think we all know that often these sorts of policies, when they are implemented, teachers and counselors have their own moralistic attitudes around pregnant 12-year-olds, and so it's very likely that they may well want to know the father because they feel that the use of the criminal law is justified. But certainly all the evidence shows, and the Constitutional Court has made it very clear, that the use of the criminal law in this instance actually doesn't achieve the goals that we want to achieve. Thank you. Who's next? Who's next? I was going to go to them.
It's Slindile Kize. Thank you so much for that. Next up, we have Slindile Kize, and they'll be speaking on the entrepreneurial intention development of municipal training programs, the case of eThekwini small, medium, and micro enterprises. I'm so sorry, we are just a little bit behind our schedule. Our schedule says we should be having tea break now. So I'll just like to please ask you that we can just let the last speaker speak, and then we will go afterwards. Thank you so much. I can see the nods as the yeses.
I think I'm going to take a different direction from all the law and all the constitutions and whatever. I don't know, is it a good thing or not? It is. Cool. Great. Hi. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Silindile. The study I'm presenting today is part of my master's study under the supervision of Dr. Lindiwe Kunene, under the topic of the entrepreneurial intention development of municipal training programs, the case of eThekwini small, medium, and micro enterprises. Globally, the focus on developing entrepreneurs has been such a huge focus due to the fact that SMMEs make such a good contribution to the economy. If we look at the GM reports 2021 and 2022, they highlight the fact that it is of great importance that we turn normal businesses to become more entrepreneurial. They also speak of a number of entities that governments have actually developed over the years to ensure that SMMEs are nurtured so that they become more entrepreneurial. When we look at the purpose of entrepreneurship education, there's a lot of objectives or purposes for entrepreneurship education, but I'll just stick to these four. The first one is ensuring that SMMEs or any of the attendees of these entrepreneurship education, it increases their entrepreneurial intention. Secondly, it's to ensure that we convert entrepreneurial intention into actual businesses that function. Thirdly, it is to ensure that we promote entrepreneurship in our country and even globally. And lastly, it's to ensure that we develop future entrepreneurs, especially because it is part of our National Development Plan 2030 in South Africa. Now, to the research question of this study is that do municipal training programs actually increase the SMME entrepreneurial intention? Just a bit of background. In 2021, South Africa performed very poorly on its tier rate. So the tier rate is the total entrepreneurial activity. When we compare the tier rate of South African entrepreneurs versus other African countries which are in the same group, South Africa performed very poorly. I think the average that the other countries were sitting on above 30%, but South Africa was only on 17%, which is quite alarming considering the fact that there's so much effort and so many assistance that these entities receive in terms of training and other means of help, but still the total entrepreneurial activity is quite poor in South Africa. Entrepreneurship education is a solution for entrepreneurs to mature in South Africa. Entrepreneurship education is a significant aspect of generating future entrepreneurs. In 2021, again, if we look at their GM reports, they also indicated that South Africa's entrepreneurial intention development was only at 20%, yet the overall average African region was sitting at about 40.8%, which is also quite alarming as well. South Africa's entrepreneurial intention has seen a decrease over the number of years. If we look at 2008, we were sitting at around 16.9%. We went to 14% in 2012, and in 2019, we went down to 11.9%. SMMEs have been identified as key components to advance inclusive growth and development in South Africa, considering the fact that they even contribute 40% to the GDP of South Africa. The National Development Plan highlights great importance of ensuring that SMMEs they create for purposes of creating jobs, competitiveness, and innovation, with a targeted goal of 90% of new jobs created by SMEs by the year 2030. We have a long way to go, though, but we'll get there. Okay, look at the research problem of the study. There's a lot of studies that focus on entrepreneurial intention of university students. There's not a lot of literature that actually looks at the entrepreneurship intention development of SMMEs, especially those that are provided by the municipality. So there is a gap in research in regards to that. There's also limited research on the impact of entrepreneurial education curricula on entrepreneurial intention. And we have this problem that SMMEs fail within few years after being established, yet there is various support and institution that actually supports these institutions, including the municipal training programs. And this poses the question then of why do they still fail after so much support that they receive from various institutions. Okay, the theoretical framework that we use in the study is the theory of planned behavior, which is adapted from Ajaz in 2011. Basically, this theory defines entrepreneurial intention using those three constructs, which is attitude, social norms, and perceived behavioral control. Looking at the literature review, it is argued that a suitable curricular design for entrepreneurship education should be one that supports entrepreneurial intention. It is further also added that when developing a curricula, there must be a clear distinction between being entrepreneurial and being an entrepreneur. Basically, what this means is the content of the training programs that are offered to entrepreneurs should have both principles, the normal theory principles of being an entrepreneur, where you look at the different strategy, you look at governance, you look at compliance, but it also needs to incorporates the entrepreneurial part. This is where we now touch base on your soft skills, your creativity and innovation, your sustainability, and your ethical behavior. It's quite crucial that these two components are actually included when designing curricula for SMME training programs. Entrepreneurship education is found to be effective in creating entrepreneurial intent. I'll just move a bit fast to my, I'm looking at the time, sorry. I'll just move just a bit of on the research methodology. The study followed a mixed method where quantitative data was collected from the SME owners who underwent training. Qualitative data was collected from the small business support units in the municipality, the facilitators that deal with these programs, and the secondary qualitative data was actually collected from training documentation that these SMMEs use. Let me go straight to the findings. Okay, the first finding was that SMME entrepreneur intention development is developing very well. However, from the trainings, there is a lack of business transformation. These businesses don't transform, meaning they don't grow, meaning also their business offering actually doesn't grow over the years. And the role for the small business support units at the Ethekwini municipality was found to have some sort of incomplete effort, because they don't have any monitoring or evaluation that is done to actually assess if the objectives of the training have been reached, and also to assess if the entrepreneurial intention development is actually there. The other finding was that there is quite positive attitude of SMMEs that they have improved through the combination of networking. And it is quite important to also note that this positive transformation cannot be attributed to the curricular design by the municipality. However, it is the unit's capability to bring together SMMEs that play a pivotal role in fostering this positive shift in attitude. Let me go to the last one. The SMME's perceived behavioral control towards developing entrepreneurial intention is actually good. The small business support unit actually works very well in ensuring that this behavioral control actually develops through various tactics. One of them ensuring that the content that they deliver is very easy to understand and comprehend, and they also offer things like multilingual facilitators for ease of language and understanding. From this study here, we had come up with an emerging model which we believed could be an effective tool for future curricular designers, as well as for policymakers. And this was the four aspects that we saw from the findings that could actually make the SMME trainings more effective. Which is the monitoring and evaluating, ensuring that positive attitude towards entrepreneurship is there. Social norms are considered, which is support from your family, friends, and the society at large. And then lastly, ensuring that there's a higher perceived behavioral control. My time is up. Let me just... But the time was too fast.
It's too fast. I agree. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Please remember this. I don't want to do something.
Thank you so much. That marks the last of our presentation for today. And we are going to go straight for a tea break. And after the tea break, we will be meeting in the plenary venue for the 3 MT competitions. So feel free to go and have some tea. And I'll encourage everybody to pass by Suheifa so that we get to know the amount of sugar that we should be getting now, as well as the flour. Sugar-free. Oh, unfortunately.
I don't have sugar, it's only the caffeine in a sugar-free Red Bull, sugar-free Coke, and nicotine.
Sugar-free. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Is it?
Comes with tobacco leaves.
Oh, yeah, you can say.
You're 5 days off. Cocoa beans, darling, coffee beans. Smoke it.
everyone's supposed to be here is here. I haven't started. My colleague will start. I want to check if Hasina Majid is here. Ayanda Makaye, Muraro Makoba, Mohamed Rodwan, Prashanti Maharaj, Namfondo Kakaza, Stin Naidu. Okay, all here. Okay, great. The floor is yours. Are you ready now to start? Not? Okay.
No, I'm boundary, but my
Okay. All the best.
Okay, good afternoon and welcome to probably the nicest part of the program, the 3-minute thesis. I'm Suhefa Bamji and I'm co-chairing the session with Dr. Sanele Gumede. So thank you and welcome. So the 3-minute thesis competition has, it has a bit of a history to it. And in Queensland, there was a water shortage. And the professor was taking a shower. The showers were limited to 3 minutes. And he thought, well, what can you do in 3 minutes? Maybe make a cup of tea. And that's where really the idea of the 3-minute thesis came through. And it's similar to the, it's very similar to the elevator pitch concept. Now, put it this way. An 80,000-word PhD thesis would take 9 hours to present. And these PhD candidates in this competition have 3 minutes. 3 minutes. But there's something very special about the competition as well. It's about communication. It's about being able to get your ideas across and changing the world in 3 minutes, not using technical jargon. To speak to everybody, so we're an intelligent but non-specialist audience, so that you get your message heard, right, without over-explaining or technicalities. And it's about being able to communicate to, a wide enough audience so that you get buy-in. And so it's a wonderful way to communicate. We are very honored to have as our judging panel, Dr. Doug Engelbrecht, Professor Warren Friedman, Dr. Lorraine Magutu, Professor Anne Strode, and Dr. Sheetal Soni from very different schools in the college, because it really doesn't matter what audience you're speaking to. If everyone can understand you, everyone buys in, everyone hears you. And our timekeeper, Dr. Vishal Serban, probably the most important man here. And that's because the rules are very strict. 3 minutes are 3 minutes. We don't give the competitors any warning or countdown. When it dings at 3 minutes is an automatic disqualification. But there are rules about slides. There are rules that go with the competition. So the candidates are only allowed one single PowerPoint slide. No animations, right? No videos, no music. It's a single static slide, 3 minute maximum. Presentations are to be spoken word only. And when the candidate gets here, the minute they start moving or speaking, that's when Dr. Subban starts his clock, right? Your presentation starts through movement or speech, and then it's just you versus the clock. Yeah, and the decision, obviously, of the judging panel is complete. So how are they judging our participants? Engagement and communication is one criteria, and the other criteria is comprehension and content, right? And what that means is how successfully candidates can communicate their message, not using jargon. And the second part is comprehension and content, okay? And so that also will be scored up to a maximum of, 10 points in total. And the candidates have seen the full rules. The judges know the full rules based on that. But for the wider audience, what we need to know is that that's where we go, right? Beyond that, well, there's money involved. The UKZN winner here gets 5,000 Rand, second place gets 2,000 Rand, third place gets 1,000 Rand, and depending on logistics, etc., the winner can go off to the nationals, which is happening at UFS, hosted by UFS on the 27th of October. And the winner at nationals, well, first prize 16,000, second place 13,000, and third place 11,000. So again, presenters don't get any warning dings. 3 minutes is 3 minutes ding, right? So it's just you versus the clock. I'll now hand over to my brother chair, Dr. Sanele Gumede, and how it's going to run down is Sanele will introduce the candidate, and we'll display their slide. We'll ask, are you ready? One nod, okay? That's the one nod I'm giving you. One nod, Vishal. One nod. One nod. And then we start. And when you're ready, once you start speaking, Dr. Subban will start the clock. We good? Good luck.
No, you left them here. Ready, Bamji? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the first person to join me up here is Hasina Majid. You could come while speaking. And the title of the study is Monitoring and Evaluation of Eye Health Service Delivery, a public-private case study in the Umgungundlovu district, KwaZulu-Natal. Supervisor is Professor Moke Suban.
The presentation? Don't start the clock. Cataracts are a leading cause of blindness globally. It is a form of avoidable blindness corrected with a very short surgical intervention. In South Africa, within the public sector, it is a neglected and under-budgeted area. It's also a very under-researched area with very little updated research, and this feeds into a negative service delivery cycle. The study we did investigated the success and the limitations of a public-private partnership that used a health forum as a vehicle to alleviate cataract backlog surgery in the Umgungundlovu district. It was theorized within the 5C protocol and the logic model, and we emphasized on the content, the context, the commitment, the capacity, and the coalition that would connect the policy monitoring to the evaluative practice. A key question that we were looking at was, what are the administrative and management barriers that would impede effective eye health service delivery? Qualitative analysis with an interpretive paradigm and inductive reasoning was used. The data revealed that the disconnect between the service delivery and the stakeholders was connected very deeply to the absence of a database. What happens is all the hospitals in the country have a list of people needing the surgery, but not all of them use a standardized database. So there's duplication of patients across the country, and this adversely impacts the procurement, the planning, and the program implementation. The public-private service model for eye health service delivery is a very promising medium-term solution to address the eye health issues that we face in the country. But the structure of the forum and the stakeholder engagement and the roles of the stakeholders is critical, but more critical than that is to actually have a database so that we can allocate patients accordingly and we reduce the fiscal risk on both the stakeholders and the state. The study also calls for more extensive engagement and research around who key stakeholders should be, because this is a critical gap that still exists in our country. Thank you.
Very much. Are you not blown away already? Another round of applause. Yeah, I'll just see what I see. The test is tomorrow. All right, you can see the cream of the crop that you're having here. We have a very nice presentation coming through. You're still. You're done with the. You have another sheet. You have to hand that one over, and then then you'll get another sheet for someone else. Yeah. All right. While that's happening, we could already see. You could come stage so long. All right. The next presenter is Muraro Makuva, Supervisor Dr. H. Mambili Mambando. Okay, excuse me, sorry. Look, she's ready to blow us away with her tightly modeling the effectiveness of control measures from the within host dynamic to the population dynamics of sleeping sickness.
All right. By the show of hands, how many of you know how to sleep? By the show of hands. Okay, some of you don't know. Okay. It looks like we might be able to explain how this sleeping sickness happens. So now, today I want to enlighten you on why I've been having sleepless nights, going through my laptop every time, don't have sleep. And the reason is because I've been doing my thesis, and it's all about sleeping sickness. What is sleeping sickness? It's not you sleeping. Sleeping sickness is basically a tropical disease. You get infected by a bite from a tsetse fly. Now, what really happens? That little thing there that's an insect, it's a tsetse fly. So what happens is, if that tsetse fly is infected, it can infect a human being, and also vice versa. If the human being is infected, when the tsetse fly bites, it contracts the infection. So now, why are we doing this? Why are mathematicians really interested in this? It's because we're like, hi, Bo, people cannot die. You cannot sleep and then now just don't wake up. So now what really then happens is then we then try to use multi-scale modeling. What is multi-scale modeling? Now, multi-scale modeling is just using single-scale models, combine them together. You have a multi-scale, right? Scale, just think of it as a time level, right? So now one author through literature said single scale is like you have an elephant, hence the elephant there. You have an elephant and you've got a group of blind men touching each part of the elephant. Now you get each of them explain what they feel to everyone. What are you going to get? Disagreement. Because they're feeling one part of a complex system. So now we're like, man, we're smart. Now we are mathematicians. We're going to group the single parts, each part of that elephant, to form one beautiful elephant. So my thesis is, it has 3 parts. The first part is what happens in a single infected human being. The second part is, if this tsetse fly infects all these different things, now what happens between the human being? Oh, I forgot. The cattle as well plays a role. It's not just cattle, it's any animal, either domesticated and also a wild animal. So we know this thing is giving us a problem. This thing is giving us a problem because it can infect multiple hosts. That's why hence is now we're like, hey, mathematicians, let's be aware, let's solve this. So now we have all those scales, which I said it's time scales, combine all of the 3, and then we have a beautiful elephant. So now I want to just a little bit of taste of what I did. Now the first part that I did, which is the first single scale, is that I pick the trunk and say, what is the trunk representing? The trunk is representing a single infected person. That's it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay. In using natural language processing and machine learning. Please blow us away.
Let me start with a question. How many of you here have heard about Google? All of us, right? If not all of us, have used Google for searching for information and news, all right? So these are examples of what is called artificial intelligence, all right? Among other applications, including smart cities and e-government. So what here is we are doing is creating knowledge bases that store these related information and connect them in an intelligent way and an integrated way, okay, to provide it to you, all right? So building this knowledge bases requires highly expertise people in that domain, and it requires very high amount of time, and my research is trying to automate the process to decrease these factors as much as possible, okay? So I'm using machine learning techniques and natural language processing techniques to automate the process by using existing knowledge bases to create new ones, all right? So starting from the early stages of the selection of the candidate knowledge bases, going through matching between them to find similarities and differences, ending up with merging these knowledge bases to get
Look like there's a lot we don't know about Google. I remember I didn't raise my hand if you asked if you use Google, and suppose I should. Yeah, I use Google as well. I suppose. But, okay, I think we'll have our next speaker, Ayanda Makai. Whenever you start to the podium, round of applause before I even call you. Okay, look, our next speaker is Ayanda Makai, supervisor Professor Mogi Suban, and she's ready to blow us away with examining stakeholders' perceptions.
The focal point of the study was on understanding local economic development, implementation, and poor stakeholder relations. The study examined the perceptions of stakeholders on LED efforts and their contributions regarding its promotion and facilitation during this economic turmoil. The key question that was raised was, what perceptions are critical in the success or failure of LED? The study was then theories, which was the stakeholder management theory, complexity theory, and good governance theory. Qualitatively, 24 participants were purposely selected and sampled and interviewed to probe their insights into their lived experiences in trying to facilitate LED. The thematic and content analysis was then identified as key in assisting in terms of identifying the key themes and trends that were common in facilitating local economic development. Various perceptions were then found to act as both obstacles and also facilitators in the widespread implementation of local economic development. However, it also amplified the pre-existing challenges that municipalities and the various stakeholders were actually faced with. So the study then advocated for a multi-stakeholder LED framework that would then be used to try and address these complex challenges facing the municipality. And as such, it also provided possible valuable lessons for others.
Thank you. Round of applause, round of applause. Show with this. I know we're trending online, right? People are watching us. I know cameras used to see me online as well, so you could Google my name, you'll find me there. And obviously now I'm sure the municipalities, councillors are watching this local economic development. They know if they want to know how to fast track LED, they could just ask UKZN. We'll tell them in 3 minutes or less. We know what they need to do. Prashanti Maharaj, please make your way here. Thank you. Thank you. Supervisor Ramsarup, I think I mentioned right. Yes. She's ready as ever to tell us more and blow us away on this title, Assessing Emotional Intelligence for Enhancing Academic Resilience During Adversity, a study on the University of KwaZulu-Natal. Please, plus away.
Fear, anger, and sadness are some of the most common cited emotions that was felt during COVID-19 and impacted resilience. The World Economic Forum ranks EQ, or emotional intelligence, as the top 10 skills needed to thrive in this day and age. Emotional intelligence, also known as EQ, is the ability to appraise, regulate, and utilize emotions, whereas resilience, on the other hand, is the ability to bounce back from adversity and to thrive positively in situations. Her health chooses her to actually turn to the COVID-19 SA COVID protocols. Therefore, my study focuses on the lack of awareness for EQ being a salient skill for building academic resilience within UKZN. So if you look at COVID-19 stresses for academics, they've been through a lot. Excessive workloads, having to be swiftly trained on virtual platforms taking over academics' esteemed teaching methods, social disconnections, and hey, let's not forget about work-life balance. Therefore, my study looks at what is the correlation between EQ and academic resilience. Interestingly enough, there is a significant correlation with academics actually stating that EQ prioritize their mental health, physical health, effective communication, and being able to evolve and thrive in circumstances. Furthermore, to manage distressing emotions, UKZN academics turned to self-care techniques, being able to thrive through technology and not forgetting spirituality. Therefore, my study adds to the body of knowledge by showcasing how EQ can be a salient skill for building resilience, by also taking into consideration by building a self-developed self-care model for academics, and not forgetting utilizing the EAP, which is an employee assistance program. Thank you.
I think all of us here would deserve a round of applause. We're still here, right? Isn't it that we were stressed during COVID, and that means we're here? That means our EQ is still high. We are here. So we wouldn't be here if our EQ and resilience, please.
The Onderberg district in the Mpumalanga province is one of the 6 major banana producing areas in the country. They are accountable for 35% of banana cultivation. The street vendors in fruit and vegetable markets are marginalized. They earn low incomes, yet they are very vital to the effectiveness of banana value chains because they do add value to banana value chains. This is an explanatory and exploratory research. Data was collected with semi-structured interviews of 119 street vendors and also in-depth interviews of 12 key informants using interview guides. Data was analyzed using SPSS 25.0. We also use functional analysis to map the banana value chains. We found that street vendors experience challenges at the micro level, at the meso level, at the macro level. Micro, we mean the stages, the operations along the value chain, for example, maybe at retail. Meso, we mean the support services that are given to the operations, for example, finances. And by macro, we mean the regulatory and legal framework within which the banana value chain operates, for example, bylaws by the local municipality. We are recommending an inclusive banana value chain where street vendors can be linked horizontally. By that, we mean that they can mobilize funds. Already they have existing stock files to be able to buy directly from farmers. They'll be saving a lot of costs. We also want them to negotiate with the national fresh produce markets, assisted by the local economic development unit of the Nkomazi local municipality, because the formal sector is already doing that. They do negotiate and get favorable prices. We also want street vendors to be vertically linked. By that, we want them to not only dominate the retail stage of the banana value chain, we also want them to move to the wholesale stage of the banana value chain, as a few of them are already doing that, and expand their markets by also providing and supplying formal retail. We have 2 already who are providing the spa and the boxer. The other part is that we want them to move away from the consumption stage of the banana value chain.
I'll be buying bananas with pride from here. And so that I contribute as well to the banana market. At least it was in the Banana Republic or Banana City, so it was the banana market. So when we hear bananas, I'm sure we're not going to go bananas from here, but it's been lovely to hear that obviously there's value with bananas. That please, if you live here, ensure that you buy at least a pack of banana. It will help a lot. It will go a long way. Yes. Our next speaker, I'm not going to say the last, but the next speaker here is Preston Naidu. I'm hoping, you could join me here so long. Preston Naidu is supervised by Prof. J. Duhibihlela. Yeah. Duhibihlela. I apologize. Professor J. Duhibihlela supervising. But Preston Naidu is really going to speak to us about a risk mitigation framework for technology adoption in the South African construction industry. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you, Preston.
Thanks, Anila. Thanks, Dr. Mele. The South African construction industry yields only 2.7% of our total country's GDP, whereas countries like China, it's 6.9%. The UK is 7%, and Australia is 9% of their respective GDPs. These countries have shown a 400% increase with the introduction of new technology. In South Africa, it's approximately 1 year to build a bridge. So why aren't 3D printed houses more prevalent? Why don't we have new technology assisting in the construction of bridges? It's not because it doesn't exist. The problem is introducing that kind of technology in developing countries such as South Africa poses different risks from first world countries. My study is about developing a framework that can identify those risks, analyze said risks, and then respond to them. In my PhD, I've utilized mixed methodology to collect data and research. I've interviewed experts in the field. I have unpacked case studies that were published in the construction sector, and I've facilitated surveys throughout the country. Essentially, my study tailors a risk mitigation tool that is grounded by the best global practices. So where to from here? So hopefully in the near future, with this framework in place, you would see a lot more of the bigger construction companies in South Africa utilizing more technology in their building works. So you may even see your new home being 3D printed in a 24-hour time span. Thank you.
So I guess we know now that technology can replace everything, including the builders. Colleagues, it's been lovely to hear the dissertations. This work has been put through for a number of sleepless nights, using various technologies, looking at various markets, and looking at health impacts and mathematically putting in there to make it all correct for us to consume and ruminate. They haven't done this work for ruminate. They've done this work for years and hours and months. So I can give them a round of applause again. It goes through a lot of stress and the like. So definitely we're doing this every year. So if you still have students, if you didn't know about ruminate thesis, next year we'll do it again. Another year we'll do it again, as long as your student is not done the PhD. So it's invitation to PhD candidates in an advanced stage of their PhD. Not the one we have submitted, so not the one we have passed and graduated now. As soon as, if you're graduating in next year, May, sorry. So if you happen not to register, suspend a semester, second semester next year, sorry. So we want people who are at advanced stage of their PhDs. But so long while I'm saying this, I'd like to request us to give a round of applause to our judges. And I'd like to request our judges to take all their score sheets with them. There's a room behind that running person here. The room there, I heard that our auditors from PwC and Deloitte, they're waiting for us audits to see the checking and auditing of everything. They're the team of, when I went there, you'll see, it's a team of 6 individuals who are waiting to audit your results, that side. Now they'll come with you, Sisbongi. Please follow Sisbongi. So it will be a comfort break, 5 minutes, 10-minute comfort break before the next session comes. So the DJ will hit us with some light music. If you had missed the light snack, we still have some biscuits and juice there at the back. There? Whiskey.
Okay, so guys, just if you want to go out, but remember that, so the 3MT national winners will be announced here. The winners from the other tracks will be announced here, and the closing ceremony will be announced here. So go out, but come back.
5 minutes, come back.
Thanks.
Are we all here, or are we still here?
We are here.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for taking part and ensuring everything that the auditors and calculators were busy doing behind the scenes in order to establish some of the things that are going to be announced next. I'm patiently waiting for Professor Mashao to come. I'm not sure. Oh, he's around. Ladies and gentlemen, and esteemed academics, I would like to call to the front Professor Fano, who is the academic leader research for School of Management, IT and Governance, to announce the Best Paper Awards. Soon afterwards, that will be followed by Sanele and Suhaifa to announce the winners for the 3-minute thesis. Let's welcome Professor Fano.
I am taller than him. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, I was well introduced. Thank you for that. And it has been a very exciting day today. I learned a lot about the research that you're doing in different schools. And we got a chance to meet each other. I was meeting some of my students for the first time. So thank you so much for the organizer for giving us this opportunity. My part is very exciting because I have to announce the winners. And the first thing I need to say is that I have to say that everyone here is a winner, and we were given very nice, the handouts when you're getting them when you're getting into the venue. Well, we get a very good pack when we're coming in here, when we register. So thank you so much to the organizers for that, for making us all winners. I also have to appreciate academics who presented today, and also postdoctoral fellows who presented today. Like I said, you're also winners, although you're not part of the competition that has prize money. Right. Yes. In every session that we had today, we had judges. You would have seen people coming in and out in different venues to do the judging. And they were judging presentations in terms of content. They were judging presentations in terms of layout, delivery, and the significance of the studies that you were presenting. And here with me, in no particular order, I am going to be reading out winners from each school, and then thereof I'll read out a winner overall at the best paper for the entire research day. So the best paper from the Graduate School of Business and Leadership award will go to Soraja Maharaj. Okay, he was present earlier. I do see that he's not here. So I see that the dean of, I wanted to say the dean of the Graduate School of Business is here. I don't know who I'm going to hand this to, but I'll return this to the College Dean of Research, and then they will be handed this later. And for the School of Accounting, Economics and Finance, the best paper goes to Emma Lansdale. Emma Lansdale. Emma and the co-authors, are you here? Okay, Emma Lansdale is not here. Emma Lansdale will leave the prize with the College Dean of Research, and then they can collect it later. And School of Management, IT and Governance, the best paper will go to Adrienne Chikowore. Adrienne Chikowore. These winners are not here. I think we need to reevaluate. Oh yes, I'm informed colleagues that this person was presenting online, and then they will also collect from the CDR's office. School of Law, this is the last school, and the best paper will go to. I hope this person is here. Come on, I want our college dean of research to take a picture with the winner. Chanel Naidu. Yay, Chanel Naidu is here. Professor Mtereko. Come this side.
Must I come this side?
No, I'm not in the picture.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And the 5 million rands.
Claiming that for the million pay.
Okay. Now we go to the overall award. Now this is the best paper for today throughout all the sessions that we had. So all over all the 5 schools. And the winner is from the School of Management, IT and Governance. And this is going to go to Chepo Maota. Chepo Maota. Chepo. Okay, our best paper for the research day winner is also not here, and then we'll give this to the College Dean of Research to hand to the winner. Ladies and gentlemen, now I will call Dr. Sanele Gumede to announce the winners of the 3MT competition.
Are you not announcing? I thought you are announcing. I'm just showing you. Okay.
All right. Do this differently.
Yeah, let's come at me.
Clap for me. Clap for me.
All right. Thank you. My partner and I will announce the result now.
Partner in crime.
Is it not showing? Why not showing there now? It's supposed to be showing. So if you see this envelope here from the judges.
So again, thanks everyone who participated and joined us today. So we do have we're going to announce the 3rd place, the 2nd place, and the 1st place winner. And there's prizes for the 3 of them. 1st place and 2nd place will represent UKZN at the national competition, which is happening on the 27th of October. And the 3rd place will serve as a reserve in case there's any hiccups with 1st place and 2nd place. So we'd like to welcome as 3rd place Mohammed Rudwan.
A picture with OCRP. Done. Hold this and shake hands with the OCRP. Place.
2nd place, and one of our representatives at the national competition held at UFS, Preston Naidu.
Please help him with the authority. It's coming. Hold this for now. I'm going to take a picture of something.
Drum
roll, drum roll. And the winner. Drum roll, the winner is...
And the winner of the UKZN competition, Prashanti Maharaj.
Some guy. And that. Well done.
So again, we'd just like to remind you to watch UKZN social media for those links. Whoopsie, where did it go? There we go. 27th of October, it's virtual online. The viewing link will be shared and populated. So please, friends, family, join in, watch, support our team, and watch the space next year. We're doing it again. Thank you. Travel safely from us, travel safely, but wait. From our side, travel safely, but wait for them to officially tell you to travel safely.
This one is no. We are
in the book.
Not our.
Professor Fan. I think that's Professor.
Thank you so much. I think Suhefa has already touched on that, to thank you for coming. But maybe let me take this opportunity to massage a little bit the gratitude that Suhefa has already given. On behalf of the College of Law and Management Studies team, I would like to thank you for taking part in this occasion, this event of College Research Day. It's been a long time since we last had our college research. I think it's 4 or 5 years. And we're rusting a little bit, but you managed to come out to support this day. Let me say that this is what we're seeing here is a culmination of a lot of hard work, months, years. We're planning. I think when we were doing it, we were planning to do it. So we're in a planning mode. But the actual process started months ago. A lot of work went into this, months and even nights, especially the last few nights. Some people didn't sleep planning this day. I would like to thank you for that. It's something that I cannot thank you enough for. But your presence here is a sign of or a testament of your commitment to the academic agenda, to the research that the university stands for. I want to thank you for that. At the risk of omitting some very important people, organizations, and structures that enabled this event to take place, I would like to thank you, thank the acting DVC, Professor Menagai Reddy, for supporting this event, even the College Management Committee for supporting this event financially. It costs a lot of money, but the College Management Committee saw it in their wisdom to allow this event to take place. We'd like to thank them for that. The next group of people I want to thank is the Minister's Office, Minister Sihle Zikalala, and his staff. Out of his busy schedule, they decided to spend some hours with us here to take part in this research. Another group of people that contributed immensely to the success of this event are the college deans of research who contributed towards the 3-minute thesis and supporting this. So this wasn't just a College of Law Management event, it was a university. So our winners that have just won here are going to represent not the college, but the university as a whole. To our academic leader research, we had several meetings, some short, some long, including Professor Suben, who is part of the College Research Committee, participated, and in some cases they'll receive emails that are long and demanding a lot at night and even any time of the day. I want to thank you. To the academics, your work was revealed in these presentations, the winning and the presentations that were done. It is my belief that everyone who is presented here is a winner. Everyone who said to listen to presentation is a winner, so I want to thank you for that. Even students who took time to come and be part of this, my gratitude goes to you. To our college PR, where is Hazel and Tim, and thank you so much. I want to thank you for that. And perhaps our postdocs who left their publications to focus on this, I want to thank you. They are the ones who did the program. They are the ones who organized even the reviews of the papers, technicalities, logistics. We were just standing behind and they were doing it. Thank you so much. I won't be able to name, to give some names of some of you, but this is quite excellent. Then, without you delegates who came here to support this day, there wasn't going to be any college research day. So the biggest thank you goes to you. If I were tall enough, I was going to say, by the way, I was in preschool some time ago, and my teacher would say, lift your right hand. Can you guys lift your right hand if you are not sick? Just lift it. And turn it this way and say, well done. Thank you so much for this. And lastly, I want to thank the staff and management of this hotel for allowing us. We came very last minute, but they were able to accommodate us through Bongiwe, who was communicating with them. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for coming. Have a wonderful day, week, and year going forward. God bless you.